A warm welcome to PTI at 70, at 50. I have gone 20 years ahead. Yes, thank you, thank you. I have gone 20 years ahead. Yeah, I'm in spirit. I'm seeing, there are things I'm seeing now. There are things I'm seeing now, so I've gone 20 years ahead. It's very, very okay. Yes, PTI at 50, preparing to get to 70. Very allowed, very welcome. Thank you all very much. So, one welcome. Thank you for coming out to celebrate what has been arguably the most relevant institution when it comes to contributing to the quota of growth and development in our industry. Welcome, Your Majesties. Welcome, our SGF, and we are very set to proceed now. You're welcome, sir. Of course, without automobile engines, it is very safe to say that road transportation by motor vehicles will be non-existent. And without the PTI in the oil and gas industry, it can also be safe to say that there would not be the right shaping, sharpening, and preparation of the relevant professionals for oil and gas industry. So PTI, when you think of PTI, you think of the contributions of the oil and gas industry to the GDP of our nation, giving the success this institute has garnered over the years in churning out highly skilled professionals. Before we continue, I would like to respectfully ask that we please rise for the national anthem of our beloved country, Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may be seated. Thank you very much. And God continue to bless the Petroleum Training Institute, Ephraim Warri in Delta State. The reason we're here today gathered 50 years. Oil and gas business in our country has been done for a little over 5 decades, and PTI has existed in that time, playing a significant part in the preparation of relevant professionals and subject matter experts for our industry. Before I go into the recognitions of our dignitaries who are here today, if we can please have the housekeeping video. It's a short video, a very short one. Traditionally, when we come into the PTDF auditorium, we are giving a virtual tour as to what we need to do in case of an emergency. So this is the safety brief, but by a video playout. Technical, let's have that, please. Yes, indeed. Welcome to the Petroleum Technology Development Fund auditorium here in the Central Business District of Abuja to celebrate the Petroleum Training Institute at 50. And real quick, I want to continue by recognizing the presence here of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. We welcome Mr. Boss Mustafa, CFR. Good morning, sir. And congratulations on the honor you received 2 days ago. His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva, CON, Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, is unable to join us this morning. Ably representing him is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry. We welcome Ambassador Gabriel Tanemu Aduda. Good morning, sir. We'd like to also appreciate the presence and commend as well his presence for the work Council, His Royal Majesty Major General Felix Mojapuro, retired, Orwe the First, the Oroje of Okwe Kingdom. Your Majesty, good morning. We're also joined by His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atunwashe III, the Olu of Warri. Your Majesty, good morning. We're also joined by His Royal Majesty Mike Omeru Oguri Merime Ukori the First, the Ovie of Agbo Kingdom. Your Majesty, we welcome you. See, forgive me, CON. Yes, Oluwafori, my apologies. CFR, Your Majesty. Rewind, Richmond, rewind. His Royal Majesty Major General Felix Mojapuro, retired, CFR. MNI. His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atunwashe III, CON, the Olu of Warri. CFR, I beg your pardon, CFR, the Olu of Warri. Your Majesty, thank you. Thank you very much. King, thank you for that correction. It is still very brand new. And that's why I have my dear colleague here. Where I'm missing that, she will call me to order. My name, by the way, is Richmond Usuji, and she is Halima Usman. And two of us together, we would direct the proceedings today as PTI celebrates our 50th anniversary. Thank you so much, Your Majesties. Okay, so continuing with the recognition, we'd like to also appreciate the presence at this time of the presence of yet another new Merit Award honoree, and this time he is the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kolokiari FNAPE, and tell me Halima, what's his own? It's MFR, Abi. My GCO, sir. I got that one correct. It's MFR. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, we're also joined this morning by our magnanimous host for this event, the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive of PTDF, Dr. Aliu Bello-Guzo, who is represented at this event by the Deputy General Manager, Strategic Planning, Research and Documentation Department, Engineer Olayinka Agbola. Good morning. We'd like to also recognize the presence here of the Authority Chief Executive of EPRA, Engineer Ahmed Farouk. A very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for being with us. And of course, on the table seated is the Chairman, Shell Companies in Nigeria and MD of SPDC, Mr. Osage Okumbo. Good morning to you, sir, and thank you. Your Excellencies, Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the years, the PTDF has had many different council chairmen, and some of them have joined us here. As we continue and we see them, we'll keep recognizing their presence at this event today. Let me continue. If you will indulge me, please, just briefly. I'll try and be very quick with it. Recognize some of the past council chairmen who in no small measure contributed their quota in the growth and progress of this noble institute. Let me begin by recognizing the presence of Mr. Austin Olorunshola, a former DPR director that, of course, made him council chair of the institute. A very good morning to you, sir, and thank you for being here. We're also joined this morning by Mr. Mordecai Laden, former council chair as well. A very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for being here. And of course, we will not do this in one fell swoop. We will take a breather from it and come back a little later to take some more recognitions. But let me recognize the presence here of other captains of our industry who have joined us here, directors of the PTI, quite a number of you. The time will fail me if I want to recognize all of you by name, but if you have the program brochure with you, as I'm sure you do, if you flip to one of the pages there, you will see the pictures and designations of all of the leaders of the different directorate of the PTI. We'll of course salute as well all members of management and staff of the PTI, and we welcome all the group executive directors of NNPC Limited who've joined us here this morning. We welcome as well every other industry stakeholder. Maybe you are a current student, maybe you are a past student, maybe you are an alumni, a meritorious one of the PTI, and you are here or you are joining us virtually. We welcome all of you and we salute you we thank you for being with us here today. Okay, we'd like to also appreciate the presence of a former board chair of PTI and a former acting director of GPR, Mr. Ahmed Shako. Mr. Shako, very good morning to you, sir. Yes, I knew if he was in the front row, I probably would have seen him. But thank you so much for being here with us. Okay, so for us to continue this event, we'll beg your indulgence to please keep your eyes on the screen for just a few minutes. We want to take you on a short journey of the last 50 years of PTI, after which, when we return, the chief executive, principal and chief executive will address us, after which our chairman of the occasion will address us. Following that, we'll take a key presentation, one from the CEO of the NNPC, the other from the MD of SPDC, and then we will take the ministerial address. After the ministerial address, we'll then proceed to a panel session, but we'll take a breather from that, and that breather will be to recognize some of the dignitaries who would have to leave us due to the exigencies of their duty and their time. And then the cake we would cut with those dignitaries before they leave. Once one or two of them leave, we would continue with the other part of the event, which will be the panel session, at which time our moderator will take center stage, and then we will invite the panel members and they'll do the business of that. We'll proceed with more recognitions, lunch will be served, and we're done. Straightforward, and we're out of this place. I gave us this guide so that if you have a flight to catch, be rest assured that we do keep to time here and we'll do the best we can to get you out of this place in good time. A former Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources is also here with us, Alhaji Umaru Abubakar Dembo. Good morning, sir, and thank you for being with us. Thank you very kindly for being with us. Okay, onwards now to the video. Please keep your eyes on the screen and let's take you on this short documentary of the last 50 years of PTI.
PTI at 50 documentary. In the wake of the formation of the Nigerian National Oil Company, NNOC, by the federal government in 1971, the nation was confronted with the dilemma of lack of indigenous manpower to man the nascent National Oil Company, which was largely run by expatriates from foreign countries. To address this inadequacy of technical manpower in the incipient oil and gas industry, the federal government decided to establish a training institute whose sole objective was to develop indigenous human capital for the emerging oil and gas industry of the nation. This was achieved by the enactment of Act No. 37 of 1972 and subsequently amended by Act No. 52 of 1975 and PTI Cap P16 2004 to provide courses of instruction, training, research in oil technology and production of technicians and technologists, as well as such skilled personnel required for oil production. Enshrined within the Act are added responsibility of arranging conferences, seminars, and study group relating to the field of learning, as aforementioned, and the performance of such functions as, in the opinion of the Governing Council, may serve to promote the objectives of the institutes. The vision of the institute is to become the leading oil and gas technological institute in Africa, and its avowed mission is to provide competent technological manpower through quality training, consultancy, and research for petroleum and allied industries. The Petroleum Training Institute will be celebrating its 50th anniversary of providing the requisite human capital for the Nigerian oil and gas industry. The core activities of the Institute in the discharge of its mandate entails the proffering of national diploma and higher national diploma programs in petroleum engineering, geosciences, industrial safety, and engineering technology. It also includes electrical and electronics engineering technology, mechanical engineering and offshore technology, petroleum and natural gas processing technology, petroleum marketing and business studies, computer science, and information technology. The Institute, in its vision to keep pace with technical and technological education requirements in view of emerging technologies, had introduced mechatronic engineering and ICT courses to its teeming student clientele.
One of these areas where we have formed very wonderful partnership is in training of divers. The Institute today has an ongoing partnership with JFD, that's John Fisher Defence of the UK, a world leader in training and developing capacity of divers. And because our focus, our goal is not just to train, but to train for the global industry where our people can get training here and be fit and certified to work anywhere in the world. So as a deliberate policy, we are pushing towards certification, meaning that whatever training that is delivered here meets the international best practice. And that is one of the things we are doing with JFD. With JFD, we are today accredited by IMCA to deliver training, one of which is the dive medic training, technician training, which we are running. We have run several batches of that, and we thank our patrons in this area, the NCDMB, SNEPCO. Together, we are training and developing capacity of Nigerians in this sector.
Apart from the conventional ND and HND programs, which all have a special focus on oil and gas industry in our curriculum, the Institute also organizes short booster courses for petroleum and allied companies. The Institute develops its specialized training programs for professionals in oil and gas industries by identifying the needs and developing concomitant training solutions for them. The spectrum of services for oil and gas industries include but not limited to the following: technical and professional training in oil and gas technology, specialized training in offshore technology and underwater operations, specialized training in gas gathering production and processing, non-destructive testing, welding, metering, calibration, consultancy services, petroleum and product analysis, environmental impact assessment, environmental studies and laboratory testing services, skill acquisition training for youths in oil-producing communities to curb the rising tide of youth restiveness. The Petroleum Training Institute is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities designed to offer realistic training and skilled development in the following areas of petroleum industry operations, including drilling, well interventions, surface well test, coiled turbine, pipe handling, and refinery operations. The Institute's facilities are accredited by the International Well Control Forum and International Association of Drilling Contractors. These facilities are versatile and can be customized to accommodate data from oil and gas fields. Therefore, training can be tailored around a particular field condition. The Institute is endowed with facilities particularly relevant to drilling operations such as Drillism 6000, drilling operations and management trainers, coiled turbine simulator, and surface well test simulator. Our demonstration rig and flow station represents real-life facilities equipped with all the components of a rig and flow station utilized for skill development in mud engineering, control system, hoisting, rotary system, and lots more. The Institute's specialized diving center is equipped with diving facilities such as the compression chamber and dive tank that allows practical welding training such as underwater cutting, amongst others. In addition to that, the Petroleum Training Institute is also equipped with laboratory and workshop for practical training on fundamental knowledge of engineering principles that constitute the basis for petroleum industry operations. Our refinery trainers focuses on training on refinery processes. The Institute hereby extends an open invitation to the captains of the oil and gas industry to come take a tour of its exceptional facilities that have huge potential for offering training in all aspects of the petroleum industry operations. These facilities should serve as platform for domesticating training in the industry, thus saving vital foreign exchange for the nation's economy. It is pertinent to state that the modern training facilities suitable for oil and gas industry that the Institute is endowed with was a direct consequence of the intervention effort of the Petroleum Technology Development Fund, PTDF, and previously concluded PTI upgrade exercise implemented under the auspices of the organization. Thus, the upgrade exercise and the procurement of these facilities had uniquely positioned PTI as the only institute in sub-Saharan Africa with the magnitude of training facilities that can address the contemporary training needs of workers of the oil and gas industry in Africa. From its establishment 5 decades ago, the Institute had largely delivered on its mandate and fulfilled the federal government's local content policy on manpower development. The Institute has continued to provide training specifics for the oil and gas and allied industry. The Institute's effort has yielded positive results where expatriate technicians working in the petroleum industry are now being replaced by trained indigenous technical manpower. From its establishment till date, the PTI has graduated over 50,000 technologists, technicians, and other technical personnel in various areas in oil and gas and allied industry operation. Our alumni members can be gleaned not only in Nigeria, but across the globe, playing major roles in management and operations in the oil and gas and allied industry.
For the past 50 years, PTI as an institute has been, I'll call it PT1, Petroleum Training 1. It's not PTI. We call it PT1 because we are distinguished. So I say the PTI in the next 50 years being an advanced petroleum technology institute.
I think I'm very proud of the PTI because even with the whole economic situation in the country, I think people are doing well, and I believe it's still one of the best funded federal institutions in this country. I see the expansions people are making every time I pass through there.
It's a unique institute. It did not emerge like a conventional institution, such as the polytechnics, neither the university.
Our graduates continue to be the most preferred choice for employment in companies across sectors related and not related to the oil and gas industry by the virtue of the high quality conferred on them through vigorous training and education, which places them at a decisive advantage over other candidates. The Institute was also responsible for the training of the takeoff staff for the Warri Refinery and Petrochemical Company, WRPC, the Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical Company, KRPC, and the Eleme Petrochemical Company Limited, EPCL, now Indorama Petrochemical Company. The Institute is equally fully engaged in the manpower development for deep offshore diving and deep offshore operations through the mountain of specialized courses in underwater operations.
This is the first time in the history of this nation where we have to train dive medic technicians locally for the first time. And this is the only training institute in this country that has ventured into that area. And so far, it has been a very huge success. The training, as we speak, is going to be a continuous one in partnership with JFD UK. So we are on top of our game. And like I said, it's going to be a rally point very shortly for the industry. Sending their staff abroad for training will be a thing of the past. It will become the major hub for everything the oil and gas industry needs, all their training needs will be met here in PTI, because we have the competence, the equipment, the expertise to do so. I want to use this opportunity to thank the several council chairmen and council members, staff, and other stakeholders whose contributions have been so useful to the growth and the various successes the PTI has recorded. I want to thank them so much because without their contributions, what we are saying today about the success of PTI, we won't be able to say it. So once again, I say a big thank you, and I congratulate the PTI for the 50th anniversary celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, media. Thank you very much. Indeed, the PTI is positioned to give us the manpower we need in the oil and gas, and indeed the energy industry. Thank you once again. And to give us his opening brief, I want to invite the Principal and Chief Executive of PTI in the person of Dr. Henry Adimula. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forth.
Thank you. His Excellency, the Secretary to the Federal Government, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Chief Timipre Silva, represented here today, Royal Majesties, the Orojo of Okpe Kingdom, Major General Felix Mujakpero, retired, you're one of the Orojo Kingdom of the Okpe Kingdom, Royal Majesty, the Olu of Wari, CFR, also Royal Majesty, the Ovie of Agbon Kingdom, who we're also proud to say retired as a staff of the Petroleum Training Institute. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, the Group CEO of NNPC Limited, the MD, Shell Companies Nigeria, the Authority Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority Nigeria, captains of oil and gas industries present here today, members of the PTI governing councils, and past chairmen and members of the PTI governing council, stakeholders in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria today, ladies and gentlemen, my deep pleasure and sincere gratitude to every one of us that have found it possible to be here today as the Petroleum Training Institute celebrates our 50th year anniversary. It has been a very long journey, and to arrive at this point today, the Institute thought it wise to roll out the drums and to celebrate some of our achievements in the period that we have been active in the industry. A lot of what I would have read out has also been captured in the documentary, but suffice to say that the PTI is here today as a need to bridge the gap in development of technologies based on the need to develop the local Nigerians, local content that will run the Nigerian oil and gas industry. And as a testimony to the achievements of the Institute, several of the oil companies in Nigeria today and several of the take-off staff of some of the major refineries have had the opportunity to be trained in the Institute. As an institute, we are proud of our achievements, but we do know that we cannot rest yet. And that is why our vision, which is to become the leading oil and gas technological institute in Africa, continues to propel us to ensure that until we become the very best and the hub of training in the continent, that we will not rest. Our vision remains to provide competent technological manpower through quality training, research and development, and consultancy services to the oil and gas industry. And there we have the three core functions, activities of the Institute, which is in training and research, and also providing consultancy services to the industry. A lot has been achieved in training, and also so much has been achieved in the areas of research. Some of the early innovations recorded in the Institute include the design and construction of treater heater for emulsion crudes, design and construction of an early warning system for domestic cooking gas users, design and construction of mechanism for raising and lowering burner buckets in the NNPC and Warri refinery, design and construction of a mini lubricating filling machine, and several others that the Institute had achieved over the years. Some of our more recent innovations include the development of a double actuated speed breaker for energy conversion system that produce 33.3 watts in 3 seconds. Also, the Institute had achieved tremendously in efforts to curb oil theft by developing a monitoring system for pipeline monitoring. We have also achieved tremendously in air quality monitoring systems. And as well, recently the Institute developed a corrosion robot, which we named CorroRob, for early detection of localized corrosion and prevent loss of integrity of facilities. All these are some of the achievements that as an institute we have made, we note that a lot of this would have been impossible without the help that we have received along the journey. We take this time an opportunity to appreciate the support of the PTDF, who equipped the Institute with state-of-the-art facilities some 15 years ago. These facilities have helped to position the Institute to become very relevant in areas of drilling, well interventions, surface well test, coil tubing, and several other areas. Apart from training well over 50,000 technologists, what is of greater interest to us is that these technologies that we have trained have found very good use to the oil and gas industry in Nigeria today. And as a result of the activities of the Institute, the need to continuously take trainings out of the country has drastically reduced. Our vision is to totally eliminate the need to train technologists or practitioners in the oil and gas industry anywhere outside of this country. And that informs our activities, the drive to reposition the Institute to meet the needs of the oil and gas industry in the country today. Ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, the federal government set up a team with the main goal to see how the Institute can be repositioned to meet the immediate and future needs of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. The committee had done a very wonderful job touring similar institutions all over the world and come up with a very wonderful report which, when implemented, will serve to adequately position and redirect the Institute to meet the needs of the oil and gas industry. The efforts to conclude the work by adopting that report continues, and we believe that very shortly we will arrive at that goal, where the Institute will be such that all the trainings that are required for the modern energy industry can be domiciled in country. Our achievements of the past 50 years make us to be proud, but we are mindful that the next 50 years are far more important. And as such, the Institute has outlined, mapped up a series of projects where we partner with the private sector through the federal government PPP program to develop a number of projects. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at some of the documents we have a full brochure containing a synopsis of some of the PPP projects that have been identified. They include the construction of a mini energy plant, which we believe will further the federal government's objective of developing the gas sector, and also as our own transition from a more polluting fuel to a more environmentally friendly alternative. We're also looking at partnership to establish a global energy technology and investment expo for the whole of Africa, taking advantage of the unique positioning of the Institute and Warri and the environment, closeness to the airport, having large number of consumption of oil and gas facilities nearby, Development of such an expo center will be a game changer for the industry. We're also working hard to develop a modular refinery for which we have a competent team assembled and are working assiduously to come up with our own indigenous technology in this sector. A lot has been said about the diving training. The Institute, with the help of our partners, the NCDMB and SNEPCO, are building a dive center of excellence at the Institute, a facility that we believe in a very short while become operational and be able to train divers to international standard. One of our projects that we're looking forward to also is the establishment of an operational and field laboratory services, taking advantage of the smaller operators in the industry and eliminating for them the need to have some of these facilities for themselves, thereby helping to save costs and making it far more efficient and effective. All these are some of the programs that the Institute has lined ahead, and we believe with the support of government, with the support of the industry, all this will be achieved and the industry will be the better for it. Permit me at this time to invite all of us to the official opening of the PTI Fire Academy, which has been scheduled to hold on the 24th of this month as part of our 50th year activities. The Fire Academy, with a bias to developing firefighters that fight hydrocarbon fire, will be the first in the country. And to this, we're already reaching out and forming partnerships with the Fire Service of the Federation, Nigerian Navy, and various sectors of the oil and gas industry, so that we can develop adequately and produce the firefighters that will be of very significant help in the industry. Let me at this time thank all our partners and all stakeholders who have rendered support to us through our journey, and especially in having this 50th year anniversary. Special thanks to all those who have supported us in kind, all those who have supported us even with their resources, and we believe that more will still roll in. At this time, let me appreciate His Excellency, the Secretary to the Federal Government, for finding time to honor our invitation, the Group CEO of NNPC for accepting to be a keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Also, the MD of Shell in Nigeria for also accepting to be a keynote speaker at this event. For every one of us who have come, especially our traditional rulers, your Royal Majesties, words will fail us to express how much we appreciate and value your presence in this event. One of the things we are doing in this event is to honor some people who have been of very good help to the Institute, and especially people who have had the privilege to serve on the council as chairman of the council of the Institute. Our appreciation goes to all the past chairmen, and we value your contribution to the Institute. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry Adimula, Principal and Chief Executive of PTI, walking us through some of the laudable achievements of the Institute in the last 50 years, graduating well over 50,000 technicians and technologists over that period of time. But most importantly, laying before us what they intend to achieve. The industry bedeviled with a lot of challenges, and they are committed. They've made, according to him, tremendous progress in addressing some of those pertinent issues that is facing the industry. And that truly is the essence for institutes like the PTI. And I think they deserve another of our applause. I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of the Commission Chief Executive of NUPRC, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe FNSE, represented here by the Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community at the Commission, Captain John Tolaha. Captain John, you're welcome. Thank you for being with us. Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, President of Pengason, we welcome you. Thank you as well for being with us. We'd like to also extend our welcome to the President and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Project Managers of Nigeria. We welcome you. The Right Honorable Chief Elder Obore Wori, Speaker, Delta State House of Assembly, is also here with us, represented by his Chief of Staff, Dr. Ebenezer Okorodudu. Dr. Okorodudu, welcome. Your Excellencies, Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from that opening from the PTI Principal and Chief Executive, we'll now go over to a keynote on training, innovation, and technological development, a perspective of a public sector in the oil and gas industry. And to deliver this keynote for us this morning is an industry leader who in the last 3 years has led the company he leads today in declaring profit to our shareholders and stakeholders who are the Nigerian people, something, a feat never been achieved in over 4 decades of the company's existence, showing a strong commitment to the growth of Nigeria and thereby recognized by His Excellency a few days ago. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mele Kolokiari, FNAPE OFR Group Chief Executive, NNPC Limited.
Thank you very much, Secretary to Government of the Federation. Excellency, you're welcome. And Your Royal Majesties, the Roger Okbe, the OV of Agbo, and the Olo of Wari, with all respect, Excellency Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to bore you with protocols. And permit me if I escape anything, but particularly I've seen very many of my senior colleagues here, and with all respect, please permit me to continue. And I also saw the name of my boss, George Osaho, who I can see in the audience, and also personal respect. Thank you very much. First of all, I know this is it's a privilege speaking at this very auspicious occasion. I know it's very important for our country. The PTI is a very, very significant and integral part of the oil and gas industry. Many of our colleagues across the industry historically were trained at the PTI, adding value to the industry, creating all the values that are necessary. And of course, we all agree that without training, you can't do anything. And this institute has done well in the last 50 years. I think I also need to add that when I was recruited by NNPC, we spent close to 8-9 months at the PTI. So I'm also in a way an alumnus of the PTI. Having said this, I was asked to speak about training, innovation, and technical development. Permit me also, I don't have any slides, so I will speak my mind. And from experience also. First of all, this industry is changing, very, very rapidly, more so in the last 3 to 4 years. Perhaps we have never seen this level of changes because of the changing attitude of the world itself. As we're all aware, energy transition is real. Companies are making very massive decisions around how their business is run. the energy industry landscape is changing because companies and consumers are changing their habits and their decisions. Owners of businesses, particularly in the energy sector, and now we have stopped calling it oil and gas, we call it energy sector so that we can also transit. Even owners of businesses in the oil and gas sector are transiting. Transiting not just in the way and manner they conduct business, because even the very nature of the businesses that we run. SGF today, but I'm not sure any company has a clear forward plan for what will happen in the next 10 years. I don't know if chairman of Nigeria, he doesn't want that. Chairman of shell companies in Nigeria, actually, the casual side. No one will tell you what will happen in the next 10 years. And in respect of technological changes, and I'm sure IT people are here, no one can actually tell you what will happen in the next 1 year. So there is rapid change in the business environment, rapid change in choices, and also this comes on the back of technology, as we all know this. And there's nothing describing this than the fact that energy requirements are changing, and in a very unbalanced manner, and I must say this. In our country today, we have poverty of energy. 50% of our population don't have access to electricity, 70% don't have access to clean cooking fuel. Meanwhile, in some jurisdictions, 100% of the people living in those jurisdictions have access to electricity. And yet, energy is necessary. You cannot move forward. I'm sure that all this, everything we're seeing here, even the fact that we're seeing each other here, can clearly be related to the availability of energy. So energy is everything. But the form and manner in which energy will be delivered is changing very, very rapidly. And businesses are changing. Companies are shifting their focus to more cleaner fuel. And also for us in our country, we're actually worried about providing energy. Yes, cleaner fuel, our business adds to carbon emission, no doubt about it. We must reduce it. We have taken definite steps to do this. But more than anything today, we must deliver energy to our people. And this is very, very emphasized, not just in this country, but the whole of the sub-Saharan African countries. And therefore, for us, training, innovation, and technology must be focused. And it must be in a manner that can deliver energy to our people. The rest of all world needs something else. And I know Chairman Shell will speak when he comes. The countries need chemicals, ammonia, methanol, and so on. In all this, even the manner and method of production changes. It must be faster, cleaner, in a way that it can be put on the table so quickly, in a cheaper way, so that majority of the people of the world will benefit. But more than anything for us, as a resource-dependent country, shifting into technology, quick technology, efficiency introduced, so that at the end of the day, we can recover the value today. Because when you don't have access to technology, you cannot have quick recovery of value, and therefore you keep lagging behind, and ultimately you'll lose the opportunities that will be there. And for us, energy transition journey is the clear starting point for PTI today. Now you have 50 years today, so draw a line, principal. And drawing a line means that yes, you have done well in 50 years' time. Now you have to do a lot more in the next 5 years. So you don't have 50 years anymore. So everything that you have to do that has to add value must be done now. And this is what we are facing in the industry itself. Even as businesses, we know that everything that we must do them now. But I'm not sure this conversation will carry this same tone 5 years from here. I'm sure all of us will be alive to come and say, look, we said this 5 years ago, that today is a different equation and a different circumstance. Therefore, technology comes to play. And what did we do in NMPC? We realized that change must come. Change is coming. Transition is real. And we decided that we had to focus on our research, technology, and innovation business. And therefore, we have created a full-scale research, technology, and innovation unit in the NMPC. Working very well. One day I will invite you, Permanent Secretary and SGF, to come and see what we are doing. As a matter of fact, we didn't just stop there, Excellency. We have actually now patented a product for the first time in our history that we never bothered on research. So of course, we all know that research is good, but this industry is based on research and ability to deliver innovation. And we are going to collaborate with the PTI so that we can take those next steps. so that we create more innovations. We can patent more products, more services, more capabilities, so that ultimately we will catch up with the industry. Actually, it's a catch-up job that we are doing. And that journey cannot progress without the Petroleum Training Institute. And the key to do is collaboration. Collaboration not just with PTI, across the industry. I know we are supporting very many efforts by the PTI and across the industry to see our areas of need, to focus on them, to focus our research and innovation around our areas of immediate need, as we also continue to dwell on areas that are clearly issues that we can easily say that is, we can do copy and paste. I even put it in a very raw manner. So you don't have to do research on everything. So you just need to focus on what is most important for you. And for us also, automation is everything, and IT drives everything today in our business. And I also urge the PTI to focus on IT training. Yes, survival training and very many other things that you are doing. They're excellent, but everything around all the activities that we conduct in the industry are now revolving around IT. And IT must now be the focus of the PTI so that we can take the next leap of changes in the industry. And you will say, what will the industry do about this? Yes, first of all, it must collaborate. In our country today, we are a very different situation. Shell's choices, Chevron, Exxon, and all, their choices are different. But they are partners, and they are working with us to support our local needs, as we also recognize their international obligations and their business decisions. And we respect that. And that's why collaboration within the industry, both between the independents, NNPC, and the rest of the international oil companies is very critical in making sure that we have focused research and innovation as we progress to the next level. And finally and lastly, nothing works without financing. You know, everything we say here, you can innovate anything, but it will not be executed if you don't have money. And you can't even conduct the research except you have the resources. So resources is everything. And I know that the federal government is supporting the PTI, but it's also important that the industry will come to their aid. So even this, you can't do except you're able to produce. You need to produce oil, you need to produce gas. Today, that environment is clearly threatened. It's a massive misfortune that we are trying to address. We are responding to it. We will overcome it, but clearly it's something that we also need to work together to resolve, and that simply mean around the vandal actions on our pipelines, and also the acts of thieves. You know, because there's a difference. There are vandals who do it for the liking of it, or for some other political reasons, but there are also people who are there stealing oil. And I don't need to bore you with the details around this, but this is reality, and the industry needs to collaborate. And that's why I'm happy to hear the PTI coming up with solutions that will monitor pipeline. And by the way, you can do any surveillance, but you must act. You can see anything, and there's no lack of information today. Today in NNPC, we have visibility around all our assets. We see all the marine activities ongoing in the country. And we're happy that we're collaborating with government security agencies to make arrests, to deter people from coming to our assets, and to continue to address the challenges that we're facing. But additional capacity for detection will also be very useful, and we'll talk to the PTI, see how we can integrate those findings. Finally, I'd like to thank the SGF for coming here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for him. He said he was going to speak his mind, and I think this is a very brilliant mind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Senator Basi Akpan, I understand, is also here, the Senate upstream chair. Please, can we recognize your presence, please? A round of applause for you. You're welcome, sir. Oh, I see you. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Coming up right now is another industry player, and I know he will also speak from his mind, as the GMD has spoken, and he will tell us his take on what is happening right now in the energy industry. And he will be speaking on training, innovation, and technological development from the perspective of an operator in the oil and gas sector. And the person taking this presentation, this keynote, is Mr. Osage Okumbo. He is the MD, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria, and chairman, country chairman, Shell Companies Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forth.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, CFR, revered royal fathers here today, the Oroji of Okwe, the Olu of Wari, and the Ovi of Agbo Kingdom, our chief host and the principal of the PTI, our permanent secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the GCO of NNPC, and his chief executive of the Midstream and Downstream Authority. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocol after that. On behalf of the Shell Companies in Nigeria, I want to congratulate the Governing Council and the management of the PTI on this auspicious occasion of your 50th anniversary. It has been 50 years of building a sustainable training institute that has continuously supplied the industry with skilled personnel, particularly in the engineering and technical fields. This is truly commendable. And from what I know, PTI graduates have continued to integrate into the industry seamlessly, which speaks to the quality of the teaching, learning, and research happening at PTI. Congratulations once again and well done. I wish I could lay claim to having been at the institute myself like the GCO. I wasn't so fortunate. I've been tasked today to deliver a keynote address based on the theme PTI at 50 years of training, innovation, and technological development. I will be speaking from the perspective of an operator in the industry, but you will find that my views and perspectives will be quite similar to the public sector view enunciated by the GCO a few minutes ago. Let me start by saying I find this theme very apt for this celebration, because industries, organizations, and companies are consistently faced with the need to keep innovating and evolving as they grow. As one who has worked in this industry for well over 35 years, I can say that I have seen my fair share of innovation in the oil and gas industry, driven primarily by technological advancements. For instance, the oil and gas industry has been steadily redefining production possibilities by advancing new drilling techniques like fracking or horizontal drilling. Fossil fuels that were not accessible a few decades ago are now reachable. And the reality is that as the industry enters into a more challenging environment and harder to reach hydrocarbon formations, innovations that provide access to these harder to reach hydrocarbons but do not compromise on safety will increasingly be required. Beyond the oil and gas industry segment, however, the energy industry as a whole is rapidly evolving, and without a doubt, the subject of energy transition driven by climate and environmental impact of fossil fuels is one of the most discussed and widely debated topics across the globe today. This is no surprise, really, given the far-reaching effect of energy in powering societies, economies, and the lives of all of us as human beings. Our country, Nigeria, like most countries, committed to a net zero emissions target by 2060. And in response to that, a country-specific energy transition plan designed to deal with our twin challenges of climate change and energy poverty that has recently been launched. The Energy Transition Plan for Nigeria outlines a plan to increasingly move the country gradually to gas as a cleaner fossil fuel and ultimately to green energy sources by 2060. Whilst the data and analysis still show that oil and gas will remain dominant in the energy mix for decades to come, the energy mix is nonetheless changing gradually to include other sources like solar, wind, and hydrogen, amongst others. This transition, therefore, will feature the co-evolution of established sources of energy like fossil fuels, whilst making room for new components of the energy mix. This in itself presents new challenges and opportunities for PTI in the process in the areas of training, research, and advocacy for green energy sources. The shell companies in Nigeria, in recognition of this opportunity, seeded an off-grid impact investment company about 5 years ago, known as Olon. As you would have read, the Shell Group has also recently acquired a Nigerian-centric solar power company called Daystar. Olon, in its few years of existence, has invested well over $21 million in over 45 off-grid energy companies in Nigeria, which has driven over 45,000 solar connections to date. I am continually impressed at the growth and opportunities to close the energy access gap using simpler energy solutions like solar panels. Our country, Nigeria, is therefore well positioned to ride the wave of the current energy transition with its abundance of natural fossil fuels and renewable solar energy. We just need to move as a country with a greater sense of urgency and with a clear sense of direction. PTI in the last 50 years has played significant roles in research and training in the oil and gas industry. This role needs to deepen by facilitating a curriculum that is in step with cutting-edge innovation and emerging technology in this current digital revolution. In addition to deepening existing capabilities, PTI needs to leverage the opportunities in the ongoing transition to establish itself as the forward-thinking academic institution that keeps evolving to stay relevant, as the GCO mentioned. Leveraging opportunities in the ongoing energy transition will involve investments in curriculum upgrades, in infrastructure, technical partnerships within and outside the country. Glad to see and hear from the principal and chief executive that is already underway. And frameworks that will build the base requirements needed to train and equip the next generation of Nigerians who will deliver the lower carbon energy options and technologies for our future. The growth and expansion of PTI in view of the changing industry landscape needs to continuously feature in the strategic thinking and planning of this great institution, because there are opportunities to be harnessed and impact to be delivered. In closing, I remain impressed and pleased with the steady growth and relevance of PTI in the last 50 years. In these 50 years, PTI has graduated thousands of students, and as I understand it, owns 3 campuses and delivers about 150 specialized courses. This is truly impressive. As PTI looks to the next 50 years in the wake of the technological advancements, the energy transition, and the new energy mix, it really has its work cut out for it. Again, my heartfelt congratulations goes again to all of you on this occasion of your 50th anniversary. I want to thank you again for inviting me, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sagi Okumbo, Managing Director, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria and the country chair Shell Companies in Nigeria, giving us the perspective of the operator on the theme of this anniversary celebration. Thank you very much, sir. This is quite a significant event, and to underscore that is the presence of directors from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. We thank you for being here. We also have directors from the NMDPRA. We thank you for being here. Directors from NUPR, so executive commissioners from NUPRC, we thank you for being here. But there's a group that is also here that we must mention, and that is the PTI National Alumni Association. They're here in their numbers. There's some of the 50,000 that the principal mentioned earlier. We thank you as well for being here, led, yes, by Chief Patrick Ohifo, Vice President representing the President. Thank you all for being here. We congratulate you and appreciate your presence. Onwards now, we'll continue with can I please have my iPad? Thank you. The iPad, yes. We'll continue with our program of speaking, and then we'll go from that to our chairman of today's event, and then come back from that into cutting this anniversary cake. But before we do that, we'll present him with his own award. A lot of leaders of the industry who have played and continue to play a role for the Institute will be recognized today by the Institute, and we'll begin with our chairman of conference. And when we finish the plenary session that would follow after he leaves, we will then give the other distinguished honorees their PTI recognition here today. So onwards now to an address by His Excellency Chief Timi Pre-Silva, CON, Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, represented at this event by our brand new Permanent Secretary of the Ministry. Welcome, Ambassador Gabriel Tanimu Aduda.
Your Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, here present, distinguished Senator and Chairman of the Upstream, I want to thank you for your presence here today. The heads of agencies and parastatals of the ministry, Your Royal Highnesses, captains of industry, please permit me to stand on already established protocols so that we don't breach it as we try to go one after the other. I want to sincerely apologize on behalf of our principal, His Excellency, the Minister of State for Petroleum, who is unavoidably absent at this event due to some very, very serious, unavoidable circumstances. We therefore convey his very, very good will and heartfelt warm wishes for this event. And I stand here in representation of him this morning to read his speech. The Petroleum Training Institute was established in 1972, making this year the golden anniversary of this vital and successful capacity building endeavor in the Nigerian petroleum industry landscape. The PTI has distinguished itself as a reliable and indispensable training institution that has contributed so much to the oil and gas industry, not only in Nigeria, but also on the global arena, especially across West Africa and the African sub-region. I am delighted to see the impressive gathering here for the PTI Golden Anniversary celebration, which underscores the Institute's rich history and legacy. I want to congratulate the PTI for what has clearly been an outstanding 50 years and what is also an exceptional story of contributing its quota to the transformation of the oil and gas sector. An outstanding accomplishment that we all are very proud of. Your students have been successful in their studies, successful in gainful employment, and also successful in entrepreneurship and creating opportunities for others to be equally gainfully employed. I am certain that if we ask by show of hands in this room this morning, we will indeed have many that are alumni of the Petroleum Training Institute. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me challenge the PTI as we look forward to the next 50 years to take a critical look at its curriculum and improve on the relevance of the courses offered, especially with the current quest for energy transition and transformation. It couldn't have been better said, and than was said by the group MD of the NNPC, the Nigerian National Oil Company now. The technology in this industry is growing so rapidly that 50 years now has to be wrapped into like 5 years. So the time it had taken for us to get to where we are, it's no longer available for us to catch up if we have to remain globally relevant. As renewables and alternative energy sources grow globally, PTI should be at the forefront of collaborating with relevant industry partners to creatively prepare a curriculum that will help train students in these areas. That, to me, should be the roadmap for the next few years. Today's honor should not be given merely because PTI has been around for 50 years. It should be because PTI has endeavored to be relevant over the past 50 years. PTI, thank you. PTI should therefore celebrate its 50th anniversary with a sense of accomplishment, a sense of satisfaction, a sense of pride, as well as the firm determination to yet remain even more relevant. On behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, let me join the teaming participants and other well-wishers to wish the PTI a happy 50th anniversary. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Permanent Secretary, and indeed the Honorable Minister of State for today. You're wearing too many shoes this afternoon. Thank you once again. Another round of applause for him, please. And coming right after him is the chairman of this occasion, a very gentle man by all standards. He's been quiet, he's been silently listening to everything being said this afternoon. A gentleman of every repute you may put it, and he is no other person but the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the person of Boss Mustafa. Please a round of applause for him as he comes forth.
Thank you, please. You can take yours. Distinguished Senator Basi Akpan, Chairman Senate Committee Upstream, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum, State Petroleum Resources, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Gabriel Aduda, Your Royal Majesties, thank you for honoring our invitation to come, and congratulations to you all for the honor bestowed on you by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our keynote speakers, Melekari Group CEO, NNPC Limited, OFR, and Osage Okumbo, MD and Country Chair of Shell Nigeria, Principal and Chief Executive of PTI, Dr. Henry Adimolo, and other heads of MDS here, senior public servants from the MDS, our distinguished awardees. I will take the liberty to acknowledge Alhaji Umaru Dembo, who I have known for the last 3 or 4 decades. The first time I met him was in the Constituent Assembly as a young man, venturing into the politics of Nigeria in 1988. and he went on to serve as Minister of State Petroleum Resources in this country. Thank you, sir, for being still very active in the energy industry. The alumnus of PTI, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, it gives me great pleasure to be in this gathering to celebrate the golden anniversary of the establishment of the Petroleum Training Institute. I must reiterate that the attainment of 50 years of delivering quality training to the oil and gas industry in Nigeria as well as sub-Saharan Africa is worth celebrating, and it is appropriate to organize events such as this in view of the remarkable accomplishment. Let me use this opportunity to commend and congratulate the Petroleum Training Institute for preserving and maintaining the relevance of the oil and gas industry for 50 years and for organizing this conference and award ceremony to celebrate the Institute's golden age. The vision of the founding fathers of PTI was to address the inadequacy of indigenous personnel required to man and operate the nascent petroleum industry, as the industry was largely dominated by expatriates who were at the forefront of the exploration and exploitation of our crude oil potential. Thus began the PTI, years which resulted in 50 years of sustained training for workers in the oil and gas industry and the graduation of well over 50,000 students, many of whom were absorbed as employees of the sector who are now playing major and essential roles within the industry, not only in Nigeria, but across the globe. Today is significant watershed for the Institute to take a profound and introspective look into its 50 years and evaluate its performance, take stock of its present capacities vis-a-vis the challenges of providing qualitative, contemporary, and up-to-date training in the face of modern technologies and dynamics of the oil and gas industry, and project its aspiration for the future. I totally agree with the group CEO of NNPC Limited that in your thinking of the future, you must be disruptive because of the uncertainties and the climate in which you are bound to operate, given what is happening globally. The present global movement towards energy transition and the increasing demand for adoption and utilization of cleaner sources of energy, the decarbonization drive in fossil fuel extraction and its attendant obligation, the requisite strategies to key into the federal government's declaration of decade of gas flaring should be some of the preoccupations of the Institute in its effort at meeting the technical and technological human capacity requirement in the growth and development of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. It is appropriate at this time for the Institute to increase or reassess its relationship with the major players in the oil and gas sector, such as the NNPC Limited and the private sector-driven international and indigenous oil and gas companies in relation to its capacity for meeting the high expectation of these organizations in their demand for training of staff and providing training solutions to contemporary technical challenges confronting their operations. The Institute must ask itself these questions and seek to find answers by seeking responses from the industry players regarding the level of confidence these players place on PTI as a panacea for all their human capital development challenges. From the responses of these industry players, the Institute must take appropriate measures through capacity building and sustained engagement with these players to enable it meet their training needs. It is also a perfect time to appreciate the exigencies of the industry in order to deepen research and development efforts that would develop modern technologies that can address the need for environmentally friendly methods of fossil fuel beneficiation techniques in recognition of the fact that despite the clamor for energy transition, demand for fossil fuel is expected to last for many more years. This is also an auspicious moment for the Institute to strengthen the relationship with its sister agencies and seek inter-agency collaboration to enable the delivery of not only its mandate, but the mandates of all other agencies through power of collaboration. Such collaboration has a potential benefit of enhancing the local content aspirations of the federal government for the oil and gas industry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for the Institute to expose the remarkable area of modern facilities the Institute is endowed with to the players of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa in order to showcase the Institute's capacity and its readiness to offer various types of training to the personnel of the nation, oil and gas sector, and those of the sub-Saharan Africa. I therefore urge the captains of industry, both within the public and private sphere, to take keen interest in the activities and patronize the services of the Institute to deepen their local content footprint. It is also time to take advantage of the brilliant crop of exceptional professionals, captains of industry, in attendance at this event to engage in fruitful deliberations surrounding the theme and sub-theme of this conference. These themes are thought-provoking that can open up vistas of mutual knowledge sharing, exchange of viable ideas, potential for collaboration, and networking opportunities in this very auspicious occasion. Before I conclude my remarks, I want to congratulate the recipients of various types of awards being given today, i.e. inclusive. This recognition reflects your sterling contributions to the growth and development of the Institute and the support you unreservedly render to the Institute through patronage, administrative support in your official capacities, and financial support for the furtherance of the Institute's vision. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude my address by felicitating with the management and staff of the Petroleum Training Institute on this history-making anniversary celebration, and wish the Institute greater heights of accomplishments in research and development in the oil and gas industry in order to make this great institute the organization of choice for the delivery of training solutions, not only in Nigeria, but also across the African continent. Before I conclude, I will want to totally agree with the two positions that have been put forward. by the group CEO of NNPC and also the chair of Shell companies in Nigeria, that going forward, our dependence on oil and gas, and as we move and transit in the sphere and atmosphere and environment of energy transition, as a country and as a people, there must be a resolve on our part to ensure that these God-given resources are protected and used for the benefit of our people. In conclusion, disruption in your thinking at the Institute and the kind of ideas and research work that you put in place will be the only way that you will remain relevant. I totally agree with Malam Melekari that nobody can predict what will happen in this environment in the next 5 years. As a country, we are paying dearly for having not taken care of certain things in the past. Virtually, the country is struggling to ensure that the economy of this country is diversified in a manner where the total dependence that we've had in the last 50 years on resources coming out of our extraction of oil and gas is sustained and our economy does not crumble. And diversification is the only way to go. And I believe that with the work that is happening in the Institute, and majorly with our flagship, the NNPC, collaborating with other partners and players in the sector, we will be able to transit in this energy environment, providing for our people and also ensuring that the environment is protected and not degraded. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Mr. Boss Mustafa, thank you for accepting to share those thoughts of wisdom with us at this 50th anniversary celebration. As I said earlier, we have two categories of awards that the PTI intends to give out today. One is the Leadership Award, and one is the Industry Award. So we'll give just a few of the Leadership Award, which is where also Chairman of Anniversary falls into. We'll give just a few of that, and then we will proceed, into the cutting of the anniversary cake, come back and take the plenary session. When we get to the award itself, I will request the royal presence of His Majesty, the Orojo of Okwe, to present the awards to these industry leaders that I'll be calling out now. And I would like to begin with a former Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Alhaji Umaru Abubakar Dembo. So if you can please just step forward. I will just read his short citation, and then I will invite His Majesty to present to him. Umaru Abubakar Dembo was born in Zaria, Kaduna State of Nigeria in 1997. He was one of the, that was not the year he was born. See, that's why I paused. I did that deliberately. Now we're all here together. All right. Okay, I take that again. Umaru Abubakar Dembo was born in Zaria, Kaduna State of Nigeria. In 1997, he was one of the announcers of the Daba Festac 77 in Kaduna. He left the civil service and established a publishing company, being the first Northerner to start a private newspaper, Telex, and later a weekly Hausa paper, Zuma. In 1990, he was at National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, where he successfully graduated with the MNI, Member National Institute. He attended the Constituent Assembly in 1988 and the Constitutional Conference in 1994. He contested the governorship seat of Kaduna State in 1991 and 2007. In 1997, he was appointed Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources and member of the National Executive Council. In the year 98, he was made Fellow PTI, and today PTI honors him with an Industry Leadership Award. Congratulations, sir. I'd like to respectfully now ask His Royal Majesty Major General Felix Mujapero, retired, Oro the First, the Oroje of Fokpe Kingdom. Your Majesty, if you can please help us present this award to Alhaji Umar Abubakar Dembo, MNI. Congratulations. Please, is anyone representing the head of service? Anyone representing PEMSEC? Anyone representing head of service? No one? Okay, fantastic. So if you're okay, PEMSEC will receive on behalf of the HOS. Okay, she's not here. So I'll just be very brief with the information I have on her. She rose to the position of Federal Permanent Secretary in 2012, serving first as Permanent Secretary, Service Policy and Strategy Office in the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, and thereafter in the Federal Ministry of Information, Federal Ministry of Education and Career Management Office. Before her appointment as Head of Civil Service of the Federation, she was Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, where she was appointed as Director on the Board of Nigeria LNG and the Bonny Gas Company. We would like to congratulate in absentia Dr. Folashade Yemi Esson, who Dr. Engineer Busari is receiving on the behalf. Your Majesty. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for asking you to stand again. If you want to stand for just the two more that I will do, please go ahead. But if you want to sit and come back, I don't mind. I can't tell my royal father what to do. So, Your Majesty, if it's okay, if you want to. Okay. Thank you, sir. Please, let's give His Majesty a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, we would like to appreciate His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva, who we all know is represented by the PEMSEC. His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva is the Minister of State Petroleum Resources. He had served as the member representing Brass constituency in Old River State in the House of Assembly in 1992, where he was the youngest legislative member. He was subsequently appointed as a special advisor on political matters to the Bayelsa State Governor in 2000. He served as Executive Governor of Bayelsa State for 5 years. In his current role of Minister of State Petroleum Resources, he has clearly mapped out 9 priority areas that include curbing petroleum products, cross-border leakages, completion of the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program, increasing crude oil production to 3 million barrels per day, reducing the current cost of crude oil production by at least 5%, aggressive promotion of the passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill, which we know is now a reality, promotion of the inland business exploration activities, and so on. So we congratulate receiving today from the Petroleum Training Institute an Industry Leadership Award. Congratulations in absentia to His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva. No, one more, sir. One more, Your Majesty. One more. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Thank you. And now we'd like to invite our chairman of the anniversary celebration, Mr. Boss Mustafa. He is our next award recipient. Mr. Boss Mustafa is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. He is a lawyer, a politician, and the chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. He was previously Managing Director of Nigerian Inland Waterways Authority until his appointment as SGF in 2017 by His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari. He is a member of several professional bodies, including Africa Bar Association, Commonwealth Lawyers Association, International Bar Association, and Human Rights Institute, amongst others. Congratulations, Mr. Boss Mustafa, SGF, Chairman of Anniversary Celebration, on your being awarded a leadership award by... You are still there, sir, just for the president. I hear you receiving for the president as well. So His Excellency is not here. I will not bother reading his citation. We all know that he is our president. Just a few days ago, he conferred honors to over 400 Nigerians, and we're delighted that PTI is recognizing him today, giving him his own. So this is for His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for his contribution to the oil and gas industry over the years. Our appreciation to this. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, sir, please just wait for us here. Let me invite the others on the table to please join you. We want to cut the anniversary cake now. We want to cut the anniversary cake. Your Majesties, please, sirs, will also request your kind presence around the cake for the cutting of the anniversary cake. Because of space, can I get one former Governing Council chairman? Because of space, just one. Please indulge me. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Can I get one, the vice chairman come of the alumni? We'll manage it. Mr. Lawrence Shalasa, please, if I can just lend you for a second. Can you please handle the cutting of this cake? So please, is the knife on the cake? It is, okay. So he will guide the proceedings on the cutting of the cake.
Okay, thank you very much. There's so many gadgets here. And I think we should just keep it simple. And we'll just, at the count of PTI, then we'll cut. P, T, and I. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations to PTI. That is the cutting of the anniversary cake. So we will, as I told you earlier, some of our dignitaries will excuse us now, but please remain seated. Remain seated. Just a few of them will go now because of the exigencies of time and their offices. Please remain seated. Please, can you just come and file in front here for a quick group photograph so that our chairman of anniversary can go? Please, all those who cut the cake, please, you can just come this way. Just for one last assignment, quick group photograph, and we're done. And Mr. Boss Mustafa and the others. Photographers who can help us just arrange them. Where's my lead photographer? Okay, if you can help, please arrange them as best as you would want them. That would be nice. Please, sirs, if you can just take your positions. So please just remain seated. We're continuing with the plenary, a lead presentation, and then to the plenary. After that, we will give the other awards. Take a few more. Yeah. So please, if you're the owner of any of these cars, Honda Accord Abuja RSH 955 AV, please go and repark. Toyota Camry Abuja GWA 372HH, please go and repark. Honda Elantra Abuja ABC 770, please go and repark. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going on now to the plenary. I'd like to welcome Dr. Mrs. Tina O. Isichie, Director of Research and Development at PTI. Dr. Isichie, if you can please take your seat. The table here, I would then ask for the anthem of PTI. I'll then ask for the anthem of PTI. The anthem of PTI will open this session for us. We'll take the PTI anthem. Okay, let me welcome Engineer Kamaru Busari, Director Upstream of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, is on the panel. Let's welcome him. Engineer Kamaru. He stepped out. Can someone please get him for us? Engineer Gbenga Komolafe is represented already by Captain John Tolonha, who is seated already. I have not seen Mrs. Betty Ugonna here today. Is she here? She's presented by Mr. Dennis Ekpuche. Mr. Ekpuche, please join us on the podium. Thank you very much. Chief Executive Officer. Yes, please, sir. Please come take your seat on the podium. Yes. Chief Executive Officer of K-On International West Africa Company Limited, one of the leading indigenous service providers in our business. Victor Ekpeyong is also on the panel. Victor, please make your way to the podium. Where's Victor? Okay, Victor's coming. Victor's company is one of those companies supporting this event today, as well as Dr. Justice Derefaka, Program Manager, Nigeria Gas Flare Commercialization Program in the Office of the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources. You're welcome. Mrs. Aiboni Eloho, I haven't seen her. Is anyone perchance representing her? She's not. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Derefaka, you are on this panel. I just called you. Please welcome. Now we will take the anthem of PTI. Can we please rise and take the PTI anthem as we get into this session? Technical, you ready? All right, please go ahead.
Restless burdens, standing out to the Essential foundation for oil and gas, center of the nation. Building effective technological hands to run the petroleum allied industry. Our burden safely completed, marching on to change our world. Into our home of champions, bringing forth to build the nation. We on and for service, progress, and skill. We don't quit till we hit the sense of strong. We train and research our skill till we shine as gold and gold.
Thank you. Be a discussant. So you want to come straight and talk to us on the lead paper, and then okay, please let's make welcome Dr. Justice Derefaka, Program Manager, Nigeria Gas Flare Commercialization Program in the Office of the Minister. Technical Advisor Gas. Technical Advisor Gas to the Minister.
What you wrote is wrong. Thank you, Richmond. I think I'll seek the permission of the Royal Highnesses, the panelists, and of course, industry leaders. I see one of my mentors, Austin Oroshalasa, to stand on the already established protocol prior now, even though some of the dignitaries have left. I was supposed to be only a panelist, and then I was told some few minutes back that I have to deliver a keynote leading to a panel discussion. And the topic for today's discussion is new skills for a new world, the power of collaboration, innovation, and technology in the energy industry. Like we've heard from the previous speakers, the Group CEO, NNPC Limited, the MD Country Chair for Shell Companies in Nigeria, Sage, and some of the agreements to those discussions stating clearly that the energy industry, and in particular the oil and gas companies, are becoming future ready with the current realities and the trends, again, in pursuit or in preparation for the energy transition that the world is talking about. So it can only take technology and human ingenuity for all of this to happen. So even though I was told here that I will be delivering this keynote speech, I will try and do justice, which is my name, to what I'll be talking about. So starting off, I would like to talk about positioning the Nigerian students and of course the workforce, in particular the PTI students, for the future energy industry. Dr. Tina, I give you my slides. I don't know if the slides is there. Dr. Tina, the slides, do they have them? So you can start projecting the slide as I speak to the paper I have here. Now, tomorrow's energy workforce will be marked differently than the workforce of the past and even today. The talent and skills needed for different job functions and other factors should be considered and prepared for now by the educational institutions like the PTI that we have here today. So positioning the future workforce for the future energy industry is not just a single agency or organization's responsibility, but rather a commitment that should be embraced by the energy industry leaders, which was alluded to earlier on, the government through policies, which I will speak to as a panelist when I get back to my seat, and then institutions of higher learning like the PTI, and of course the citizenry. Now, we all know that the energy sector is one of the continuously growing sectors in the world, and more so in Nigeria. With Nigeria's population growing at the rate of 3% a year, our current population, the population as of 2017, Nigeria ranked number 7 amongst as one of the most populous countries in the world. Now, by 2050, it's been projected that we'll be the 3rd most largest population on the face of this earth. And this translates to higher demand for energy. And that's why upskilling, reskilling, and relearning, all those will stand the test of time for us to get ourselves prepared in that space. So the energy industry, though very viable, will greatly evolve and diversify in scope. And of course, technology from the conventional oil and gas to what we call new energies. And even the conventional oil and gas will be operated more efficiently through decarbonization, energy storage technologies, automation, and artificial intelligence. This points also to the fact that there will be significant shift in skills requirement for the future energy workforce, which must be developed today by educational institutions. The energy workforce of the future holds a lot of unforeseens, as jobs not presently in existence might emerge in the course of time. Listed in-demand skills in this discussion that we'll be having will not be far from skills like learning and adaptability skills, data analytics, digital twins, which we call robot operators, high cognitive and innovative abilities, leadership, and of course, very important, emotional skills. So in further deepening the conversation and trying to make some points for the panelists to have a fruitful discussion and deliberation, I would like to state that if we ever needed change, we will need to return to the basics of teaching and learning. As education, whether formal or informal, remains the underpinning of change in many cultures. Now, the other thing I would like to mention here again is that education is a standalone if you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And goal number 4, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So the second part of the SDG number 4 is what I think syncs with the discussion that we're having today. Because everything about lifelong learning has to do with upskilling, relearning, unlearning, and continuous learning to remain relevant in the scheme of things. So let me further aver that education is essential for long-term sustainability, and significant progress has been made, of course, in terms of educational access, particularly in literacy. But looking at what the Sustainable Development Goals offer us, they are incomplete because they do not address one of the most powerful forces shaping humans' future, and that is the digital age. So I have always advocated for the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, and that is the digital age. Now, the digital age is upending social systems and accelerating transformations on a scale and pace that has never been seen before. And let me quote Marshall McLuhan, a philosopher and media theorist who coined the phrase, "We shape our tools and our tools shape us." And indeed, the digital technologies are influencing what we read and consume, as well as how we interact with one another and the rest of the world. So continuing, there was this report that came from the World Economic Forum where Nigeria was ranked 135th position out of 140 countries in the World Economics 2018 Graduate Skills Ranking. Now, what this tells us is that there is a lack of requisite skills in country in terms of experience, knowledge that's required by the employing industries, which was one of the key things that was highlighted. And you will agree with me that today's team, in line with the World Economic Forum ranking, aligns with what we're going to discuss today. So how do we try to position our future workforce and in particular upskill the competencies that we have presently in the energy industry? So drawing from the foregoing, like I said earlier, I am advocating for an SDG 18 that will focus on the digital age and how we may use technology to achieve our goals in the post-COVID-19 era. We know what COVID-19 did to all of us, that we'll begin to have online learning, online classes, virtual meetings became the norm. So we are currently in the fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution has come and gone. The second has come and gone with their pros and cons. The third one has come and gone. So the fourth industrial revolution, as you can see from the screen there, has come to stay, and it is trying to distort the way we live, the way we eat, the way we relate, and the way we go to work. So it's significant in the sense that one key thing that we need to understand that this revolution will be marked by increasing productivity, but not driven by productivity, which is a significant distinction from previous revolutions. So automation is key there, customization, user experience, and convenience will drive the fourth industrial revolution. So digital integration, ladies and gentlemen, along with cloud computing and the Internet of Things will be essential dogmas in this all-new revolution. Now, I'd equally like to emphasize that I would like to emphasize the importance of digital upskilling, because you cannot gloss over it. Because in order to succeed in this transition, 50% of jobs will be eliminated since they no longer suit our reality. Now, it's not all gloom and doom. While new employment categories will be developed as we enter a new era. So to put it in another way, the only way to move into these new work duties is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So if you don't do any of this, then they will say you are an illiterate. And this syncs with Alvin Toffler's quote that says, the illiterate person in the 21st century is not a person who cannot read. It is a person who does not know how to learn, relearn, and unlearn. So, in my view, by citing in-demand professional skills, emotional intelligence, cognitive reliability, virtual cooperation, employees are now expected to have a complementary set of analytical and social and even creative talents in addition to digital technology competency. So my emphasis is that on the importance of establishing future schools like the PTI. So you look beyond, like the group CEO of NNPC did mention that you don't have 50 years. You have just 5 years to do catch up and have a robust and embedded approach. So need to establish schools that will educate future employees. And then these future schools will establish new method of upskilling for innovation, as well as long-term knowledge, impact, and transmission. In 2015, there were about 10 changing workplace skills requirement. In 2020, the last of them, or creativity, became number 3. Active learning, move up the ladder, and then all of these now are beginning to change the narratives around what we will be expecting. And like the group CEO and previous speaker did mention, you don't know what is coming next to you because of the shift and the pace and speed with which the fourth industrial revolution is is taking place. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, ladies and gentlemen, is a reality. So it's not a hypothesis. It is not a brilliant World Economic Forum article, or it's not a book written by, with due respect to the lecturers from PT and other academicians, by a board professor. So it's happening, and everything in the environment will be connected in some form and will have both a physical and a digital presence. So we'll need to adjust as a country and as a workforce to this quickly changing environment. Nigeria, in reality, has a lot of catching up to do. Education as we know it will have to change. Individuals will be able to choose their own learning experience, and job learning and lifelong learning will be required to keep up. Nigeria as a country must establish an inclusive and enabling environment for the fourth industrial revolution to benefit and grow, which aligns again with the topic that we are going to have, that we've discussed today. So, in trying to wrap up, based on all that I've mentioned earlier on, I can confidently state that the fourth industrial revolution is entrepreneurial, it's innovative, it is disruptive, and of course it is evolving at an exponential rather than a linear space. But the question is, how should we teach tomorrow's people and leaders how to innovate and seize unexpected opportunities? One of the recommendations I have here is that we need to commit to strengthening education as a common good. Education is a bulwark against inequalities. Number two, expand the definition of the right to education so that it addresses the importance of connectivity and access to knowledge and information. Three, define what is currently obtained in our educational system, identify existing gaps, and of course draft a closure plan, and of course mitigate the needs of future generations. So in terms of new skills for the new workforce, and of course the need for collaboration, technology has a key role to play, and of course you need to have that handshake between the academia and the industry. Now, I am a product of industry and academia collaboration. I did my internship, what we call IT back then, with Shell, eventually got employed by Shell. And the reason is simple. I actually did my youth service with Shell and got employed by Shell afterwards. The reason is this. The few weeks, months, or a year you spent in the industry can never, ever be forgotten. You can't take that away. So for PTI, moving forward, to have that handshake, you need to work closely with industry. And I have one suggestion. I've said it, I've told the Honorable Minister before, that we need to do this. Maybe there needs to be some form of policy statement to say every person that graduated from PTI compulsorily should be assigned to do 1 year internship in any of the oil and gas industry, international or local, 1 year. And the industry, as part of, I don't know if I should call it corporate social responsibility, or as part of industry responsibility, should accept that they can accommodate this person. And I tell you what, whilst in Shell, still Shell, the defunct DPRO sent their staff to come and spend 1 year with Shell. And Shell designed a program in a way that you pass through the broad spectrum of our EMP operations. I'll tell you what that did. This defunct DPRO staff, now NUPRO staff, we are better equipped to regulate the oil and gas industry. They go back, they ask pertinent questions. So if a Total come, the DPRO staff will be asking you, okay, what's your credit to grave approach to managing waste? They're like, DPRO is speaking oil and gas grammar. Because they've been there at the coal face. So for me, my closing word is that PTI should pursue and network and connect and advocate that every of their graduates should spend 1 year, minimum 6 months, in oil and gas industry, plus maybe with the regulatory authority to have that regulatory compliance experience. Thank you very much. Richmond is not here. Okay, so give it a
Another round of applause for Dr. Justice Dare Faka. He has opened up the discussion for us this afternoon, and I'm just being told that we don't have so much time, for this panel discussion, so we're going to run pretty fast. But if I will wrap up on what he said, education is key. You can't talk about these new skills in this new world without education. But this education is not the type we knew in the past. The world is changing, and it's changing very, very rapidly. COVID has brought that more to the fore. And I read an article while preparing to moderate this session, which kind of set me thinking. And it said those who are in primary school now, the jobs they will do by the time they are done from graduate school has not evolved yet. So it just tells us that the face of work is changing and will keep changing. And I like what the MD of NNPC said, that we don't have time, because in the next few years, things are going to change so rapidly. And if we don't latch on to this change, we just may be swept off our feet, and we don't want that to happen. So we are glad, and it's part of our pride, that we trained the staff that started off NNPC, the refineries, Elerama, and all that. But we don't want to be basking in old glory. We want to continue to be relevant. And that's why we're here this afternoon talking about the new skills we need in the new world. Everybody who has spoken, all the keynote people have talked about collaboration, and that was the end note that Justice also talked about. Policy, connection, networking, advocacy, and things like that. And maybe I will just mention this here before we start our discussions. He said he was sent as a student on IT to Shell. Later, DPR sent their staff also to Shell, and those staff were better equipped to regulate the industry. Now, for those of us in PTI as trainers, if we're also going to train and talk about these new skills and upskilling, I think it's important that lecturers, that's the trainers now, need to be abreast of these latest technologies, so that when they learn that, they can equally pass that on, to those that they are training. So we are open to collaborate with the industry players that are here. We need to upskill ourselves to be able to pass on these skills to the people that we are training, so that we'll continue to be relevant. So on that note, we're going to be asking questions, to the different panelists, who are here. And my first question will be going to Mr. Dennis Ebruche, who is representing NNPC, on the panel here, and is to ask, what are these new skills that are required to operate in the current and future oil and gas and energy industry? What are the skills that we're talking about? Because somebody mentioned earlier that we need to review our curriculum. So if we understand what these skills are, then we can tailor curriculum to be able to address these skills. Sorry, can we have a second mic, please? Or he already has one. Do you have a mic? Do you have another mic?
Thank you very much. My Lord, spiritual and temporal, my name is Dennis Ebruche. I'm from the Research, Technology and Innovation Division of NNPC. Much has been said about the future of the industry, so also the expected role of PTI. I need to say, yes, you need to embark on disruptive innovation, as well as incremental innovation, in the sense that, said earlier on by various speakers, oil will still remain relevant for some time to come. However, we have to fall in line with what is happening in the global business environment, so that we don't lose sight. So for the new skills, firstly, I urge PTI to remain effective in the incremental sphere. You have to keep up with what you're doing. But in addition, now to be able to address the future, you should equip yourselves or the students with the ability to see, understand what is happening in the business environment, and of course, be able to address such. So the first skill to us in RTI is emotional intelligence skills. You should be able to scan the business environment, understand what the unmet needs are, and of course, the customer psychographics. Whatever you're doing, you have to do it with the end in mind. Gone are the days where research is just for building the body of knowledge. Now research should be focused, applied research, solving tangible problems. So we see emotional intelligence as one sphere. Another is the discovery skills. Not just being able to identify the unmet needs. You should be able to develop the discovery skills. That is to be able to observe, question, experiment, network, and of course, associate. Another, if you're now able to discover those challenges, you should be able to grow capacity in problem solving and critical thinking. With this, you'll be able to now come up with various data and business analytics, which will now help you to understand the future, where you're going to. And in this aspect, cybernetics and automation, as highlighted by the last speaker, Justice, is critical. You also need to build the skill, the communication skill of the students. No matter what idea you have, no matter how perfect it might be, if you're not able to get the buy-in of the stakeholder, it's another exercise in futility. So you have to, you should be able to build your communication skills so that you can pitch and get the buy-in of whoever the sponsors are. And our design skills, the design skills of the students, you have to do a lot of work so that they can conceptualize, to develop whatever idea to a possible prototype for deployment. Having said that, all these skills, yes, some of them can be acquired in the classroom, but the importance of collaboration and strategic partnership need not be overemphasized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. We have an industry player from the private sector also on this board. That's Mr. Victor Ekpenyong from Kenyon International West Africa. He's an employer of labor. I won't say he's new in the industry, but his company is a young company, so to say. So I want you to throw a bit more light on what are these new skills that are needed to operate in the current, future, and oil and gas industry, okay, and energy industry, sorry.
Thank you very much, madam, for inviting me. I'm Dr. Victor Ekpenyong, founder, CEO, Kenyon International. Based on my experience in the industry and just seeing where the industry is going at the moment, I would say that what we need now is just what the last speaker just said, collaboration and in terms of innovation. Yeah, because when you talk about technology, technology evolves and is evolving every day. So for you to be abreast and for you to maintain the trend, so you need to learn, collaboration, because technology is, location specific for some time. When we want to talk of oil and gas, it can be dated back to 17th centuries in the United States, Pennsylvania. And you know how he moves and evolves until he gets to Africa and so. So the new energy, like we are discussing about things that are going to happen in the future, I can tell you some people are already working on it at the moment. So we need collaboration. And when we talk about gas being a future energy transition, what type of skill are we developing when it comes to gas, and what are the technology out there in terms of innovative pipelines? And you agree with me that in terms of virtual pipelines, majority, 100% of what we are using to transport LNGs are imported. So what are we going to do in country to see how to build these technologies and develop these skills so that we will be able to move our LNGs from one point to the other in country? So I will end up by saying we need to develop and we need to invest in our R&D like PTI. I am so much delighted of what the principal talks about, the other 50 years plans, which has been asked to see how to make it like in terms of 5 years. So what are we investing in terms of our R&D, research and development? And what are we doing to prepare our students, prepare our people to grab this opportunity of virtual pipelines? And what are the technologies that we can develop in our schools and in our respective institutions to see what we can do to grab some of these opportunities? So I think the skill, like I said before, is that we need to collaborate in terms of innovations and see how to move our institution forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm told that somebody is representing Engineer Komolafe of NUPRMC. Please, can you come forward? All right. Okay. You're welcome, please. Please, let's put our hands together for him. All right. I will take our next question now, and for the panelists, because of the reduction in time we have, we just each panelist will have about 2 minutes, to answer whatever question is thrown at him, because we want to give the audience room to be able to ask questions. So the next question is this, and that question is for Engineer Dr. Justice Darofeka. What are the skill gaps that has been identified in the industry? What must PTI, is linked to the first one, but not exactly the same. What must PTI as a training institution do to upskill her staff to be able to bridge the gap between the academia and industry and deliver on a mandate? I think you're the best person to answer this because you mentioned part of it in the lecture you delivered just now.
Okay, thank you again. Like I did mention, 50% of the jobs that exist now will not be there, maybe tomorrow. Now, in the oil and gas sector, it's been projected that about 30% of the jobs will go into automation. Robotics will come into play. Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, data analytics will be very key. And you cannot go wrong because our industry is more of data. And of course, with data, now we extrapolate them to make use of them and make an informed decision. So from the top skills, it's clear. Data analytics, adaptability skill set. I mentioned digital twins, very important. High cognitive and innovative ability, like the topic that they did mention. And the other one has to do with leadership and emotional skill, because you cannot go wrong with emotional intelligence and empathy because you deal with human beings. Now, talking about emotional intelligence, that takes me to the soft skills that people need to have in terms of human empathy, creativity, people management, as well as a problem-solving skill set. And I'll say something, which is why I said Nigeria, we need to do catch-up. 4 or 5 weeks ago, months ago, I had a chat with my 12-year-old daughter, and then she said, "Hey, Daddy, I am going for an online class to learn coding, like coding, primary 6 coding. So just to bring her forward to explain, to know whether she knows what she's talking about, I said, what's coding? What are you going to do with coding? She said, why are you talking like a bushman? The world is transiting. We're going digital. Coding had to do with data, information, and building up apps and all the rest. I said, oh, that's what you mean by coding. Okay, so I'm thinking here in Nigeria, how many schools, let me even say secondary schools, that are teaching the students coding, not to talk of universities. Maybe the question should be, PTI, do you teach your students coding? So these are the skill sets that you cannot go wrong with, in particular, artificial intelligence, data analytics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't agree with you, any less on that about the younger generation, the Gen Z, that, as they call them, okay, and trying to catch up with so many things. For NUPRMC, sir, I want you to just give us your perspective on that question. What are these? You are the regulator of the whole industry, in Nigeria, as it were. So what are these skill gaps that we need to bridge between the academia and industry? Some of us had our first degree decades ago, okay, and some of the things that they taught us then, though the principles are still there, but how to deploy them is no longer the same, in our time. So what are these skill gaps that you've identified?
Thank you very much, madam. So concerning this question, I'm going to look at two major aspects. I called one aspect the easy aspect, and the other aspect the complex one. The easy aspect, not so easy because it doesn't require intelligence or effort or energy, but because it does not require big equipment, heavy machinery and all that. It's just your thinking capacity it requires. Those are the ones I will call sustainability management skill sets. And you see a lot of that happening in the world today, especially in the oil and gas industry. Somebody just comes and says, okay, we know we're already managing this thing this way, but we want to introduce another way of managing it. They're not bringing new equipment. They're not bringing any new machinery. They just say another way of thinking about it. For example, look at risk-based inspection of facilities as a means of asset integrity management. It's not as if the manufacturers of equipment has not said maintain it after 12 months or so months. They are saying, why don't we look at the failure history of these equipment and determine the future, maybe by some form of modeling, to be able to know whether they will need to be repaired or serviced at such frequency or not. Look at that. It's just thinking that they require to be able to do that. No new machine. The same thing, look at ASTM developed something they called RBCA for managing environment, polluted environment. They are saying how much money and energy you put into remediating environment should be determined by what kind of use you want to put that environment to at the later part. It doesn't require new equipment, no new machinery required, but you think and look at figures, manipulate figures, do modeling, and decide this is where to put resources and all that. These are things that PTI can do very easily without buying equipment, without spending so much money. So, and they go on like that. There are several of such modeling-related sustainability improvement strategies, which require just your intelligence. Then the other one will be the ones that have to do with machinery. And that's essentially today, that is IT, as most people have already said. IT cannot be overemphasized, because here is where you begin to use data to manage things. And a lot of things that we do, I mean, we have attended conferences whereby people are just talking about IoT, digital twin and all that, as a means of solving popular problems that we have. As a means of solving popular problems that we have. So Nigeria cannot be different. So PTI should look for a way to key into this. We are not saying PTI should become Microsoft or Google, but there are ways you can tap into products already made by these companies, learn them, teach the teacher, teach the lecturers, and let them teach the students, and let them know the applicability in the industry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. Now, this now takes us to the next question, which is the crux of the matter. You know, most of the presentations we heard this morning, they kept talking about research, innovation, and we're still talking about that now. Now, the research and innovation needs funds. like the group CEO of NNPC said, you can't do research without funds. The technology we're talking about here needs infrastructure to be able to deploy it. So that takes us to our next question. Now, how do we deal with the challenges of raising funds for research, innovation, and development to be able to key into this new world, okay, that we're talking about? And I will start with PTDF, okay, and maybe I will just make a comment about PTDF. When my chief executive, that's the principal, was talking, he mentioned the fact that we're able to do many of the things that was rolled out today because of the support they gave us over 12 years ago, 2004, okay? I was part of the training in Scotland, and that was 2004. Now, we appreciate all they've done for us, but we also recognize the fact that some of those equipments that they gave us at that time, if we must key into the current realities, they have become obsolete. We also recognize the fact that the skills that we need now, those ones they trained us for. I think Justice was talking about skilling, and you keep upskilling. So we need to upskill ourselves. Yes, we've been trained in the past. Equipment was deployed for us in the past, but those equipment, many of them have become obsolete. We need new ones now to be able to do the research that we need to do, and we need a lot of infrastructure to deploy technology. So how is PTDF, going to collaborate with PTI in that regard in the area of raising funds for R&D? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As has been said, in developing the innovation and technologies that we need in the industry, there's a high premium on research and development. It's very important and very key. And for us in PTDF, we believe that research and development, investment we put in research and development is what actually bets the technologies, the innovations, and the industries of the future. And we should not expend any less effort in making sure that research and developments are well funded. And that is why in PTDF, we work in collaboration with different institutions in the country, which is inclusive of PTI. We provided a lot of equipment and facilities in the past for conducting research, which we will also continue to do. We are committed to doing that. We have endowment programs in different universities. We've also provided facilities for conducting research, equipped laboratories in different universities, all in a bid to shore up the facilities for conducting research in those institutions. Zeroing down to PTI, we've done a lot in PTI in the past, and we're still committed to doing more in the future. But PTI also has to look out for other collaborators, the IOCs, the MOCs, other government agencies. Most of these agencies have funds and provisions for conducting research, but the PTI has to be able to market itself to these agencies and companies, and then show them the capabilities that they have in the area of R&D and development of indigenous technology. So there's a lot to be done, and I think if PTI does this, it will go a long way in raising funds for conducting research. And then PTI can also collaborate with other institutions within the country and outside the country. There are other research-based institutions that have funding for research. Some have grants and all that. There's need for more collaboration. We can work together, partner with those other institutions, and see how to work together and leverage on their funding for research purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned something, so I'm going to go back again, to you, and that's the issue of endowment programs or endowment funds in universities that you have some currently running. We would also appreciate, we don't have any running in PTI, at the moment, and we would appreciate if PTDF can also start something like that, for us in PTI. In terms of collaboration with other institutions, we're already doing that, both within on outside, the country. But like I said, it's an ongoing process. You don't fund research once and for all. You have to just keep at it because things are changing. What was in the past is not what is now. So things keep changing, and you just say, oh, we've done this, we must keep at it. So we appreciate if that kind of endowment funds you have with the universities, if you can also have a similar one, in PTI. If that's the fallout from this, our 50th anniversary lecture, we'll be very happy, to do that. So please pass that on to the ES, that we'll appreciate if we can also have an endowment fund, for PTI, for the area of research and development. Thank you very much. I'll still take that question to somebody from the ministry here. That's Mr. Busari or Alaji Busari, okay? The ministry is the umbrella body for all of us, okay? And from all that we've been hearing this morning, what can the ministry do for us? Justice talked about policies, ensuring that maybe our products, that's our students, go to the industry, to upskill themselves and learn the practicalities, of what we have taught them in the classroom. Then we also talked about, or I talked about, our staff who are involved in teaching these students. How can they also upskill themselves, leveraging on partnership with the industry? So how can the ministry, who is the umbrella body for both academia and industry, how can they help us in this regard?
Thank you very much. Well, I'm engineer Busari. Thank you. And I won't be talking from the engineering background. I'll be talking more from what is actually needed today. A lot of things have been mentioned today. So many skills mentioned here. The most important ones that your students should have. Discovery skills was mentioned, and that is what makes you to know what challenges are there in the system. In other climes, people teach people from the elementary level. I know in Canada, system of teaching from the elementary level, discovery skills to know challenges that are around, and then the problem-solving skills. These are areas you have to concentrate on with the way Nigeria is today. And again, I will go further to say a positive mindset skill. How do you make people to have a positive, not just for the students, for the lecturers too. That means you have to teach the teachers in how to have a positive mindset, positive thinking. Financial intelligence. How do you turn 1 naira into 2 naira? And then, because you can never have your financial independence without financial intelligence. Whatever makes you to have financial intelligence, teach the teachers, teach the students. Entrepreneurial skills, very important. Today in Nigeria, you don't have the work waiting for anybody to come. What are the things that you can teach your students that the moment they get out of that, even before they get out of that place, they are already making money? You know, so the issue of no job, things like that, should be a thing of the past. If we concentrate our energy from the lowest level to the highest level on these entrepreneurial skills, I see this happening in Canada as well, in the educational system from primary to secondary school level. Then you go on, I'll go on. So these are things that have not been mentioned here today, and I feel I should mention these things. From the side of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, we have a report on repositioning of PTI. It's been there for almost 2-3 years.
Okay.
But I believe if care is not taken, that report should be obsolete by now. With the way things are happening in the world, we just set up a committee to review that report and then to see how it's in line with the PIA that's been passed and what we have as energy transition. What should that thing be now? How do you hold that report now? If we implement it as it was, it may not give us the desired result. But today, putting in all the things that have happened for the past 2-3 years into this, and then what do we really need? The energy transition plan of Nigeria. How does PTI fit into that? How do you help the government to achieve this transition plan? In 2018, because people kept saying we don't know what will happen tomorrow. No, we know what will happen tomorrow. I was opportune to be at the IAF Industry Advisory Committee meeting in China in 2018. And I still have that document. Everything that was stated then that was going to happen in the world is what is happening today. I still have that report. What do we mean? People, they said the transition is going to be like this. Oil and gas companies will transit to energy companies. 2018 in China. And energy companies will transit into service companies. Those that are able to give energy faster, cheaper to anywhere in the world. That's what most companies, oil and gas, will transform into ultimately. And as at then, China was already saying they will be using hydrogen by 2040. And they are moving progressively towards using hydrogen by 2040. Likewise, there may be disruptions today, maybe due to war here and there, but that does not change the plan that they have to get there by 2040. If you go and look at the Chinese, the way they are moving year in, year out. So there's a plan for the entire industry, right from 2018. And that plan, they are following it methodically. So Nigeria, as a country, we should stop saying we don't know what will happen tomorrow. We should key into what is on ground. So in terms of policy, the ministry, of course, like I told you, we will take that with what we have to reposition PTI appropriately. Okay. Along the line of the transition and these skills that we have mentioned, so that you remain relevant, you have to start thinking about to make money. You have enormous, what do you call it now, infrastructures. And I believe we had some discussion with the principal, and he must be working with that discussion, that you can transform into making money. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. We're looking forward to those policies, that will enable us to play our role, and you need money to make money, okay? So the funds that we need to kickstart the process, we're looking forward to having that. The Oluwari has another engagement, and I'm told that he needs to leave now. So we'll just... Oh, all of them, not only him? So all our traditional fathers need to leave us now. So may we just be on our feet to honor them even as they leave. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Highnesses. Let's put our hands together for them as they exit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, yes, we'll continue. We still have questions. Well, we are coming back to you. We're not done with you yet. We're not done with you yet. All right, okay. All right, the next question is for, I think I've taken okay, yes. Seeing that the Western world is pushing the energy transformation agenda faster than Nigeria, how can we boost local content in terms of manpower development? The first person is? So we're talking about boosting local content now, and I will start with engineer or Dr. Ekpeyong. How can we boost local content in terms of manpower development to run the energy industry of the future, knowing all the different things that are now involved in the energy industry, like you have highlighted? So how do we boost local content in terms of manpower?
Thank you very much, my doc. Before I proceed to that, let me make comment on the previous discussion on how PTI should raise funds and to invest in some necessary infrastructures that will help PTI to generate money. PTI is a very prestigious organization that has a reputation even to be self-funded. Because of the sophisticated infrastructure that is already existing, not the one to be upgraded, because I know it is still due for upgrade. Do you know that thousands and millions of dollars are leaving this country every day for well control and drilling trainings? As year goes by, a lot of companies are sending their staffs to the UK, to the US for well control. So I happen to be part of the people doing well control in this country, so I know what I'm talking about. So PTI is supposed to be a school where people, it's supposed to turn into a well control, tourism, where people go into PTI to update their skill when it comes to drilling, managing, pressure under drilling, and also well control stuff. Because just like the simulator you have there, which is obsolete, there are newer, simulators, drilling simulators, well control simulators that are supposed to be installed. And you now invite International Well Control Forum to come into your facility, inspect your facility, and certify the facility to carry out well control training. And thousands of Nigerians, even West Sub-Saharan Africa, will now be trooping into your facility to be doing training. And there you're making money, because this training is not even ₦1, it's very expensive, and it lasts for only 3 to 4 years. And it will expire. People keep on doing them. A lot of people are traveling to Aberdeen Drilling School just to go and do International Well Control Forum training. So I will advise, and I will also say that, okay, you should reach out to companies, indigenous companies that are coming up now very stronger, that are doing something on drilling, completion well maintenance. Reach out to them and tell them you have so services to render, and before you know, you start generating a lot of revenue into the institution. So based on the question you just asked, so I will still come back to the investment in training in terms of if we are, indigenous company is actually doing very well in this country, and they are employing a lot of people, and they are still developing to become stronger as years goes by. And these indigenous companies also need to open doors of training opportunities even to their host communities in terms of their CSR, bringing in people, equipping people with more skill to take over the industry. And investment, like I said, in some of these equipment to be sure that we have the capacity to do what we're doing so far. And there are some, specialized services that some foreigners are still coming today. I also want us as leaders in the industry to see how to invest in some of this training, just like what you're doing in terms of diving. Because I remember when diving, it was practically done by foreigners. But I'm very sure that with what you're doing so far, you're also in terms of local capacity, development. So we need local capacity development. We need to develop people into these oil and gas services. Not just oil and gas services. We are talking about even the cleaner energy, the renewable energy that is coming up. So I'm foreseeing PTI, not just training people for oil and gas. If I have my way, I will even propose that PTI name should be changed from PTI to Energy Training Institute, because petroleum is fast growing, but energy is what we know today. So if the regulators and the government agencies can just come together to say, we want PTI not to be called petroleum anymore, but Energy Training Institute, and not just offering diploma. PTI should be upgraded to offer degree programs, because there is a lot of HND, these dichotomy in some of. I know what some PTI. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, PTI, you are doing a good job. So we, as any industry leaders that are coming up, we also need to do a good job to see how to position people in terms of the new energy industry that is coming up. And I'm about to wrap up now. So I, as an NDC of Kenyan International, I've already discussed with my team that we need to be supporting DPR yearly in their R&D department. PTI. We'll be supporting the PTI there yearly in their R&D development department to see how to bring out skills, not just for oil and gas, even for the wind turbine. Because as it stands now, I've not seen any paper that have discussed, strategic location of windmill. If Nigeria is to start building wind turbine, where are we going to build them? So we need to also look into this and to see how to develop new energy, technology that will transform our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We opened quite a lot of things. And I'm taking my next question now to NNPC. Okay, that's Mr. Dennis. Okay. Now, he just mentioned something about well control and drilling training. And he mentioned the fact that the simulation things we have are no longer like the current ones that are available. And I feel that if you want to train in this age, you don't want to use obsolete technology or something, you want to use the current one. So what I want to ask now is, how can your organization collaborate with PTI to perform her role in this new world that is technology driven? So that's to Mr. Dennis of NNPC.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'll start by advising that before you leave Abuja, you should try and pay a visit to the NNPC RTI Center, which is just close by here. A lot. You'll be marveled. You'll be surprised what is happening there. It will compare with any innovation center anywhere in the world. How are you going to collaborate with us? We see you as partners in progress. Partners in the sense that we have already started developing memorandums of understanding with different universities, which you can fall in. What we do is we try to identify what are the challenges in the industry, and we want to add value. Value could be in the form of service innovation. It can be in the form of product innovation or even change in business model. If you come to RTI, we believe so much in modeling and simulation. It's good to buy equipment, but the level of obsolescence with this equipment is very, very fast. So in RTI, for instance, we have the latest 3D printers. You can print on metal. You can fabricate different spares. So we also we are developing some centers of excellence. So we believe so much in strategic partnership. Strategic partnership in the sense that we can work with you. Maybe there's an initiative you're trying to develop. We can work together. Maybe it could be the equipment, the chemicals. We can contribute that. Then you can bring your intellectual capacity as part of the collaboration. So I would strongly advise that after this meeting, let it not end here. If you come, there are several areas, because you will agree with me that research and innovation is a very, very expensive venture. So there's no point proliferating centers of excellence everywhere. Like in RTI, we are trying to develop energy innovation and cybernetics and automation centers of excellence. We can collaborate with you in that area and in many other areas which you have to align we believe to solve a problem in the industry, not just to research and put in the drawer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I understand that to mean that we can come up with our proposals, okay, and then try and collaborate with you on how to actualize those proposals?
What I'm trying to say is that we have a strategic, a strong, because of the importance we attach to collaboration, we have strategic partnership unit.
Okay.
First of all, visit us. Let us and understand what we do, which we are both working for the same industry. So it's after the visit, if you see what we are doing and we understand you better, we can identify areas that you're already researching in. We can come together and pool resources together and make it come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's well appreciated. I want to ask Engineer Justice this one now. You raised some issues when you were presenting that paper, and you said you were discussing it with the minister on the issue of policies and all that to be able to help the industry. So I want to find out now, what do we need to do to bring those things that you have talked about to make them a reality, for us?
Okay. At the ministry level, we looking at the PI, the Petroleum Industry Act being established, and of course looking at the letters that were encapsulated in the National Gas Policy, in particular Chapter 9, that talked about national human resource development. In one of our town hall sessions, Engineer Busari, remember, we said we need to have an exchange program with the ministry and the industries, where ministry staffs will go to the industries, say 6 months to 1 year, will go to the regulatory authorities and commissions, and including local content, to spend 6 months to 1 year, to have, if you like, an helicopter view of what the industry is all about. That way, it better equips the ministry personnel to come up with better policy formulation and, of course, implementation. So it's the same conversation I'm bringing here to say, PTI can sit back and say, okay, for you to have new skills in a new world, the power of collaboration, technology, and innovation, you need to come up with a policy position that will help the ministry push for, where you will be having an exchange program, if you like, with industry. And like you rightly mentioned, the teacher needs to be well equipped to impart knowledge to the student. So the lecturers in PTI too will be the first off to benefit in a situation where it's 6 months or 1 year. So when they say Nigerian Upstream Commission, what did they do? What does PTI know that the Upstream Commission is doing? Looking at the midstream downstream authority, what does PTI lecturers know that they do end to end that you can now impact to your students? And I can say that because I am one of the beneficiaries of such. While I was head of environment and social performance for SNEPCO, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company, the Shell has an exchange program where professors from universities come and spend 1 year sabbatical. And I know that one of the professors and lecturer doctors that come around, they have the first experience, because Shell is the first to go deep water in the Gulf of Guinea. They have the first experience to go spend close to 48 days for an environmental baseline survey. They've never had it before. They don't have it onshore. They have the experience of staying on board a vessel and see a sample grab go down to the bottom of the ocean for 45 minutes. They're waiting for the grab to go to the bottom, pick the samples, and come up. And that experience for them was top-notch. And they went back to the university and imparted the same knowledge to their students. And these students now have an understanding of a lot of this. Most of them work in environmental consultative firms that will be able to make them have those experiences. So I think you need to have that discussions and push for it to happen. And I believe that the IOCs and the indigenous companies, and there's a way PTA can do it. You may not necessarily, I'm not discouraging, you may not necessarily come to the ministry. There are organizations, OPTS, where they have the major oil companies and indigenous companies and the IPPG. Approach them and say, look, we want to work with you, want to collaborate with you, and this is what we're asking for. And we believe, and I think if you put the right message in, because they will equally see that, okay, this is one way to prepare the workforce so that when it comes to recruitment, at some point, they'll say, oh, we have 1 or 2 people that have spent 1 or 2 years with us. Let's ask them, are they interested in coming back to work for us? That gives an edge for your students, and of course, not the lecturer, so that you don't go back and begin to go and work and leave PTI. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to throw that same question to NUPRC, and I think I will just phrase it in another way. The issue of the aging workforce. Most organizations globally are talking about aging workforce and the fact that the younger generation, some of them, because of this Internet of Things and all that, some of them would rather be players in the tech world rather than as technicians, so to say. So I want to find out now, what must we do to make our graduates, from your own perspective now, more employable to be able to replace the aging workforce that the industry has? Because if you go everywhere, people are retiring, okay, and you need new people, to take over from them. So what is NUPRC, doing in that regard, or what can they do for us so that our graduates can be more employable outside of what Justice has said? After you finish, then we'll throw it open to the audience if they have questions for us.
Thank you very much. I see that as 2 questions in one, really. The first one is talking about what we can do to support PTI. The other one is what can PTI do to become to remain relevant in the world. Okay. The first one about what the NUPRC can do to support PTI will be looked at in line with the kind of relationship that exists between the NUPRC and PTI. I think there are about 4 relationships. For example, PTI will see NUPRC as the industry regulator, and in that wise, what the NUPRC can do, for example, will be to promote the known identified strengths of PTI to the industry, because we interact with the industry on a daily basis. So when we are in problem-solving sessions, we will not forget what we know PTI can do and bring them to fore, so that it's a way of promoting your capabilities to them. We also have the ability to notify you. That's the flip side of it. To notify PTI of trends in the industry, new challenges the industry is facing that nobody has found solutions. So we throw them to you to see how you can solve those problems. With that, we continue to make you more relevant. And if such solutions become useful and profitable, that's good money for you and opportunity. Then the another relationship between the NUPRC and PTI is I believe you see us also as the custodian of law and standards for the oil and gas industry, which we are. So on that basis, what we can do is to make sure that we factor the PTI angle into whatever new laws we are making or review of laws, such that we make sure that we create a space for you in that arena, and also we ensure that we do not write laws that make you to become obsolete so quickly. I'm sure you like that. Then the NUPRC is also a business enabler. As a business enabler, what I can tell you is that no one is able to do business in this industry except by the permission, licensing, permitting, or approval, or whatever you call it, of the NUPRC. So it is just a matter of letting us be abreast of your achievements, advances, and new areas you want to go into, so that we'll continue to facilitate easy approval, easy certification for you, such that it becomes easy for you to remain relevant in the industry. Then, another relationship between you and us is that the CEO of the NUPRC is also the chairman of the board of the PTI. So that's a very perfect arrangement that makes, and how we can use that is to make sure that strategic plans of PTI, even in implementation, the chairman can ensure that in those strategic plans, you ensure that there's technology and innovation, as a priority in your strategic plans. So concerning the idea of the aging workforce and being able to be an institution that's also going to support, replace them, well, the first answer to that is no-brainer. Teach them in relevant skills. I mean, it's as simple as that. But beyond that, there are other things that you can do. For example, if you pay special attention to their industrial attachment, it is something very, very important. Today, we see people from the institutions that come to do IT with us, but the attitude is like, I'm trying to decide whether I should go to NUPRC or to Shell. I see that they pay more money here than here. So even the student is not looking forward to what is going to pick in terms of knowledge, in terms of value that he also can add from school. He's looking at the money. So those things need to change. We need to look for a way of prioritizing the industrial attachment, prioritizing the main goal of it, such that when those students come back to school, elaborate sessions are made to listen to what they brought back, so that the school can tap into that and make them into big things. We should also own their project. I mean, the school should own the projects of the students. What do I mean by that? Let projects not just be something you do to fulfill all righteousness as a means of getting a certificate to God. No, let it be that they are researching into things that interest the school, and also the school is interested in what they are doing, such that they'll put more energy to it. And at the end of the day, if it turns out to be something big, it's not the students alone that's benefiting, the school is also benefiting, and generations of students that are yet to come. Then we keep the potential employers of those students in the loop of what you're doing, such that they will know that, okay, even as these ones are aging, we actually have new skill sets that PTI is imparting into students we can tap into. So they will not forget you in recruiting their new set of staff. Then we should invest in soft skills. Soft skills, what do I mean by that? Attitude, for example. I personally, if there's one thing that I picked from university that I will never forget, is the continuous message that I used to hear from one particular lecturer. He used to say, we didn't bring you students here just to make you into doctors, engineers, and scientists. No, we brought you to make you into thinking machines. I started thinking about that word, thinking machines. So and he explained it. What he meant was that by the time we teach you in such a way that we throw problems to you in such a way that when you graduate from here, you get into the industry. When you find yourself in situations where problems are to be solved, it becomes a familiar route for you. You just think deeply and solve problems. So we should take interest in the soft skills of the students also, and make sure that we impact such an attitude in them. There are many. So the relationship continues, so we will continue to exchange ideas. Thank you very much.
Open to the audience. As the umbrella body that regulates the industry, I also think you are in a position to help facilitate this issue of ITs, for our students with the IOCs and the NOCs to say, okay, can they give us slots, okay, so that our students can do their IT, with them and learn these requisite skills. Even the issue of staff, okay, you are the regulator of the industry, so I think you have a role to play, because if it's coming from you, definitely they will listen. So I agree that that's one area, we can collaborate with. And on the last thing you said about thinking caps, really, somebody told me once and said, when life throws issues at you, life doesn't ask you, what is this? And so as lecturers, when we are setting questions, we don't set questions of what is this, what is this, what is this? Because when issues come in real life, it presents a problem. You are now to look at that problem and ask yourself, what is this? And then on the basis of that, you think, and then you can now solve the problem. So on that note, we want to throw it open to the audience and ask if there are people who want to ask questions to the panelists. MC, can you help us moderate that? Do we have hands? Do we have anybody that wants to ask questions? Okay, I can see one hand.
Where?
Okay, please just we can take 2 or 3 because of our time. That person raising hand can come on.
Where? No. Okay. Okay, good. Yes.
Good afternoon. The members of the panelists. I have one question. My name is Prince Audu Peters Oshiokami.
Tell us specifically who you want to answer the question.
I wanted NRP, this migrated DPR.
NUPRC.
Okay, thank you, sir. I want you to please see how you can. It's a question I'm going to ask you that. How can
NUPRC.
Sorry, how can you help PTI? Because in area of funding, to see how you can assist us. Because we have a major challenge on funding in the institute. If you can help us, I remember in 2005, when PTI unions put their heads together, and we were agitating for 2% of the crude oil sales in this country. That would have helped us a lot. But I don't want to go to the story whereby another agency now hijacked it and left us in the cold. But however, with the PIA that has just been passed into law, is there any possibility you can help us to see how we can source for fund for us? The fund matters to the institute a lot. Thank you, sir. My name is Prince Aodu Oshokameli.
Okay, we'll take all the three questions to save time, and then the panelists will also answer one after the other. I was told there were 3 hands. Okay.
All right. My name is Anebiet Umodio. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is like a contribution and a question. So anybody can take it. It's not directed to any specific ministry. Yeah. So we've talked about the new skills. We've talked about internet. We've talked about technology. But I think there's something we're missing. All of these rest on electricity and internet. So yes, we can decide to join the conversation because the whole world is talking about internet. And but the whole world, those that are talking of Internet of Things and the new technology, they've surpassed electricity problems. As an oil-producing country, I don't think there's any excuse why we shouldn't have constant electricity, because all of these things rest on the bottom bottom line is the electricity and internet. So you can invest all the millions in research, development, fund, infrastructure, and all. All of this is on the basis of is electricity and internet. So what is PTI and all the agencies doing? We've talked of collaboration. How are they collaborating with Power Holding, NEPA, or all other agencies to make sure that we have constant electricity in Nigeria? Then we can now talk of other things like the internet and all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Third person.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Engineer Richard Ogona. I happened to pass through PTI so many years ago in the 80s. So the question I want to ask, because when I was there, the process of IT was well explicit. Because 80%, if not 90%, of what PTI is doing in the engineering base. Therefore, engineering cannot be taught in the class alone. So the sequence of your IT programs is very important. And the industry you send these people to is very, very important. Not to send them to classroom to go and teach. So I want to really know your sequence. This one now is going to the research and development, the PTI representative. The PTI representative, research and development, is for you. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. All right, I hear there's a Chinese. Oh, yes. Sorry, the light is blinding our eyes on this side. So.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. This is Jamie from Huawei Technology.
and I used to be a reservoir engineer, and it's very pleasure to join this meeting. Currently, I'm working for the oil and gas industry in the South Africa region, and you know, Huawei is IT technology. We're interested in the digital oil field. So I've got a question for NUPRC. We've known that NUPRC has a magnificent project, the National Production Management System. We know that it is well involved a lot of information technology to collect the production data and all the monitoring technology. So we focused on this project for a long time. So we just got some information on the website of NUPRC. We just like to know what is the current progress now, and what is the challenges, and what is the achievement, etc. We are really interested in this project. Thank you very much.
I'm sure that's all we can take now because it's almost lunchtime. In fact, we have exceeded our lunch period. I am seeing 2 more hands from afar. Okay, so we just take the answers now, all right? NUPRC has 2 questions. I have one. The other one is not directed to anybody in particular. Okay, so we'll start.
Thank you very much. The first question was about financing PTI. That's a big question. Though, well, I have about 4 of my former directors in this hall. I don't know whether they can help me with this, because they have actually been on that seat as the chairman of PTI board. But if I can echo what I've frequently heard from them, PTI actually has the potential to be very rich if they put their potentials to use. Do research. First of all, find out what the problems, the challenges of the industries are, solve them, make money. That's one. If you want money from governments, maybe a survival means of, a survival financial means, you have to talk to the National Assembly, and in line with what the man just said, that he wants some percentages of money to be allocated to them. The National Assembly can make that happen. If they ask us to, as your witness, whether that is good or not, we'll tell them it's good. At least that we can do for you. So, but if we put all these ideas we have exchanged here into fruition, I am very sure that the institute will become very self-sustaining, at least to a large extent. Now, back to the question on the National Production Monitoring System. Thank you very much for picking an interest in that. It's actually a successful program. We're using it, we're enjoying it. Right now, we are even doing more with it, in the sense that on the dashboard in the office of the director, of the CEO, he can actually see what vessel is loading currently at the terminal. He can also tie that back to which of the production stations or even the wells that are producing that oil. So we can see the draft of the vessel as it's filling up. You can also know the direction, the country of origin, and where that vessel is going. We can do a lot of things with it. So it's successful, if that's what you want to know. But if you want to talk about nitty-gritties of issues around it, I think you need to come to us. We'll discuss in details in the office. But essentially, it's working and it's delivering on promise. Thank you very much.
All right, let me answer my own questions, even though I'll still throw some back to you as NUPRMC. On the question about students' internship, okay, that the alumnus, asked. Incidentally, that office that coordinates what we call CWAS in PTI, Students Industrial Work Experience Scheme, that's what we call it, is under my directorate. And you will agree with me that the situation in the 80s is different from what it is now. We have a lot of competitors. That's why I said to NUPRC earlier that if they can help us as a regulator of the industry to kind of mandate these IOCs and NOCs, to take our students, because many polytechnics, many universities are churning out students on a yearly basis, so the competition is quite very, very stiff. And even they too, they have a limit to the number of persons, they can take. But we believe that as the foremost petroleum training is, as the foremost institution in the country in the area of oil and gas, that they can help us to say, okay, based on all that we have been saying here today, give us a priority, so to say it, with the IOCs to say, you must, or you should take this number of students, from PTI, and all that, so that they can really have work experience that is related to what they have been learnt in school. We're trying our part, but we don't have the percentage we would have desired doing their ITs in the industry. And it's because of the saturation that we have out there. But as part of the fallout of this conference is now to say if NUPRC can help us, whether by policy or so, to mandate the IOCs and the NOCs to accept our students. They may not be able to take all, but at least let them have a number that can accept on a yearly basis to come and do their internships, with them. So that's what I have to say on that. Then, okay, let me finish. The guy that talked about power and internet, well, just to mention that through a PPP initiative, the institute is trying to have internet access, all over the institute, so that we believe that before the end of this year, internet will be available on campus to be able to latch onto these technologies that we're talking about. That is already in the pipeline, and we're over 70% in terms of completion in that area. As for power, that rests with government, so to say, but our power situation, we're on a priority line in PTI, and it's not as bad as it is, in most places. We can't do beyond what government can deliver, in terms of power. So I agree with you. We need to solve that problem before we can start talking about technology. And the rep of the ministry wants to help us, in the area of IT, right? Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm a policy maker. I will help in the area of policy. So what you've been talking about, it just happened with the head of service, training institutions created by the head of, that are under the head of service. You have the Public Service Institute, you have the ASCON, you have, so you have very good programs, good teachers, good everything, facilities there, but no students. Even within the service, we discover that most people want to rather go to Mararaba, Yaya, because of duty tour allowance that they will get. And then they are denied of very quality training from Public Service Institute and ASCON and the rest. What did the head of service do? She went ingenious and said, okay, if you go for training within Abuja, you are not supposed to get to duty tour, maybe transportation and so on. People, let's go to Yanya here. It doesn't matter the kind of training and get the duty tour. So now the service now brought out a circular, and it was from the National Council that they did before, the outcome of the National Council. If you can do something about mandating people to go and train, okay, let's meet them halfway. So if you take people to Public Service Institute or ASCON or training institutions within Abuja, you still get 50% of your duty to allowance. And she brought out a circular like that. With that circular alone, almost everybody wants to go to these institutions to go and do training now. It's like a mandatory now, you must go there. And then the people too who didn't want to go now, they can have 50% of their duty to. So what we need to do now, we have the National Council on Hydrocarbon coming up November 22nd to 25 in Minna. Most of these things that you want, that's the highest policy stakeholders engagement for the industry. And whatever is done there ultimately can culminate into a policy. It was in Port Harcourt that the other time that the policy of declaring decade of gas came up. But a submission was made, and then that policy came up, and then it's been declared now, and then we are working with that. So you can as well come to the council, bring all the things you want to be implemented as policy, and submit memo at the council, and then after that, that can now lead to us making a policy in that direction. So just make sure you do a good paper, bring to council. It can now culminate into a policy to help you in these areas. So that's my candid advice for Peter. Thank you.
to believe we have answered all the questions. Like I said earlier on, we have exceeded the time allotted for this, which was supposed to be our lunch time. I will just wrap up. We're supposed to have one final word from each of the speakers, but I don't think we can take that now. So the summary of all we have been saying since we started is there's need for collaboration. Most of the organizations who are here are willing to collaborate with PTI. If I take them one by one, Kenyon is willing to collaborate with us in the area of research, okay, that is relevant to the industry. NNPC is willing to collaborate also with us in the area of research. They have asked us to visit their facility here and then see the things that we can do, you know, together. And the ministry, represented by Dr. Justice Derefaka and Engineer Busari, are willing to help us on policies that can empower us to do some of the things that we need to do. PTDF, I want to believe they will do an endowment fund for PTI. Since they said they have done that in other universities, and there's nothing like that, you know, for us in PTI. Like we said, yes, you empowered us several years ago. You need to empower us again so that we can continue to be relevant. And finally, for NUPRC, like he said, they have a series of relationships with PTI, and they are willing to latch on those relationships to help us to actualize our vision and our mandate. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you would just give us a few more moments and we're done, we'll just finish with the awards presentation, the leadership awards and the industry awards. Say again. Do us a favor. Let's just give these three. Just three. There are three of them are here. Once we're done with that, you can take your seat. You take the group picture, then take your seat. Then we'll do the industry award while you're still seated. Because if you get up, we'll lose a bit of time. Let's quickly do this. Thank you. Principal, sir, you'll be presenting to the three award recipients. Thank you. If you can just please come here. So, 4. Oh yes, Oga Shako is here. So, Oga Shako, but we'll begin with 9. Okay, we'll begin with Dr. Godwin Ukweam. Dr. Godwin Billy Aha. I'll leave that middle name. Please step forward, sir. I'll leave that middle name for now. For some funny reason is Oga Billy, pronounce it. Billy, no, I mean the middle name. How do you pronounce it? Ukweama. Okay, I was going to get it. Please, if you may, go ahead.
Dr. Godwin Billy Agha is the CEO, Atlantic Power Nigeria Limited. He has over 35 years experience in oil and gas. He has had both local and international appointment, member committee of Parties Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, 2001 to June 2012, member chairman, Board of Governors, West African Gas Pipeline Authority, WAPGA, October 2005 to December 2015, executive board member, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, GECF, 30th June 2009 to 2013, Chairman, Petroleum Training Institute Governing Council, Ephraim Wari, January 1st, 2009. Member, Board of Directors, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, May 2010 to June 26, 2012. Chaired the Oil and Gas Industry-Wide Committee and reviewed the United Nations Environmental Report on Ogoni Land. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Godwin Billy Agha.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you for all your service to PTI, especially your time at the DPR at the time. Thank you very much. And next, we would welcome Mr. Austin Olorunshola.
Mr. Austin Olorunshola is a fellow and country chairman of the Energy Institute in Nigeria. Austin is uniquely blessed to have performed excellently at top executive positions across the 3 main domains of the oil and gas industry, policy, regulations, as well as commercial operations. Thereafter, he was recalled by Shell International to take on a new role of vice president Commercial Gas and Power for Sub-Saharan Africa, in charge of all domestic as well as export gas, NLNG, commercial coordination. Austin was on this role until November 2011, when he had to proceed on early retirement, having been invited the second time to join the executive arm of the federal government of Nigeria, then as Director of Petroleum Resources, DPR, chief watchdog for the oil and gas industry. During this period, he also served as the chairman of the governing board of PTI. I present to you Mr. Austin Olorishola.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your service to PTI and to the industry. And next, I'd like to call on Mr. Mordecai Ladan. Please, can we ask Mrs. Ladan to join our guest since she's here? Ma, please, let's put the hands together for her.
Mordecai Dantani Babaladan, former Director CEO DPR. Mr. Mordecai Dantani Babaladan was appointed the Director, Department of Petroleum Resources, DPR, a regulatory arm of the Federal Ministry of Resources, in June 2015 for a 4-year term. Mr. Ladan spearheaded the intervention of the DPR with several regulations and guidelines that provided direction to the industry on value chain optimization in the upstream, midstream, and downstream sector, as well as health, safety, and environment compliance. In the same vein, he initiated corporate process automation exercise to reduce man-to-man interface, eliminate corruption, and enhance ease of doing business. During his tenure as Director, CEO, DPR, Mr. Ladan was also appointed and served as Chairman of Council, the Petroleum Training Institute, IFRUM, and Member Board of Directors, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. It is on record that during his reign as Chairman of Council to the PTI experienced a lot of transformational changes which brought peace and tranquility to the learning and social environment of the Institute. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much for your service. PTA appreciates you and thanks you, and Madam, for your contribution to the development of the Institute. Next, Mr. Ahmad Shakur.
Alhaji Ahmad Rufai Shakur was born in Bida on 7th April 1962. He had his primary and secondary school education in Bida. He obtained his BSc Political Science degree in 1985 and MBA in 1998 from the prestigious university, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He was employed into Petroleum Inspectorate Department of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, in 1987, and ADM Peers Officer 2, following a reorganization that was carried out in the public sector of oil and gas in 1987. The Petroleum Inspectorate was exercised from NNPC to become the Department of Petroleum Resources. He also served as director on the board of DPR NNPC Pension Fund Limited for over a decade. During this period, he ensured that the pension funding gap was reduced to barest minimum. During his tenure as acting director and chairman PTI governing board, the same transparency was brought to bear in management appointments, which the current management team can attest to. In addition, deliberate efforts were made to resolve the protracted labor issues between the management and union. To revive the institute and empower it to play its critical role in the industry, new staff of DPR were sent to the PTI for induction course to sharpen the knowledge of oil and gas industry and create revenue stream for the institute. Other plans were at the advanced stage to also get interagency intervention to revive the institute before he left office. He is happily married with 5 children. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you for your service to PTI, your service to the industry. PTI thanks you and appreciates you. Okay, Halima, there's one more possible no citation. Is represented, Dr. Tony Chukwueke. Representative is here. If you can please step forward. Can we have one for Dr. Tony Chukwueke? Tony Chukwueke has over 46 years cognitive experience in this industry. Come, give it to principal. He's represented, he will receive his own. He's worked with Shell. He was also a former director of DPR, making him a former council chair of PTI. Please step forward, yes. He's serving on behalf of Dr. Tony Chukwueke. We can put our hands together, please, Natasha, for Dr. Tony Chukwueke. Yes. So what we're doing now, Principal Street, is we'll just quickly invite for the industry award NNPC rep. Please, sir, if you can step forward. The rep of NNPC for the industry awards. Can the rep of NNPC please come? You'll receive them. Please give NNPC a round of applause. This is an appreciation for their partnership. When you help PTI to do her job better, you're helping the industry to not only have capacity, but to increase and prosper. Thank you, NNPC. PTDF, you're next. Thank you, especially for your magnanimity in hosting this event. PTDF, please step forward. PTDF, please step forward. Thank you very much. The Nigeria LNG, is anyone here from Nigeria LNG? Is anyone here from NCDMB? Okay, none from these two agencies or companies. We go ahead. Shell, SNEPCO, Ogosaye left. Anyone here for SNEPCO? Anyone? Okay, we make progress with the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Thank you so much for being, let's put our hands together please for our Downstream Regulatory and Midstream, for being a partner in progress with the PTI. We appreciate your partnership, we appreciate your support, and we look forward to even greater partnership with the PTI. NUPLC, please step forward, your next. Thank you. Between you and NMDPRA, we are sure that the PTI should have enough central bank muscle to do all they need to do. Just thinking out loud though. Thank you very much. National Board for Technical Education, anyone here from there? Someone is here? Please come forward. You're also a partner in progress with the PTI. They are put hands together for them. They contribute immensely. Yeah? Say, no, I thought the lady was coming for them. Oh, okay. Sorry, Oshina. Matrix Energy Group. Anyone for Matrix? Matrix? No one here for Matrix, okay. AYM Shafa Energy. AYM, thank you so much. Another partner in progress. AYM Shafa Energy. We thank you. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your support. We look forward to even more. Then we have the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengason. Their president and president of TUC has been here since I think he stepped out. Pengason, please step forward. They're coming. Pengason is coming. And then we will have, Pengason is coming. And then we will have the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG. This is Pengason. 12 year old, go ahead. Go ahead. NUPENG. Anyone here for NUPENG? NUPENG? Okay, NUPENG, just hold on, let them finish. Thank you. Thank you, NUPENG. Thank you, NUPENG. NUPENG, step forward. Thank you, my principal. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you. Please, let's give all of these awardees a round of applause. I want to immensely thank our sponsors and partners, but to do the formal thanking, Halima, if you can please invite.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to mention the sponsors.
Yeah? No, just go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. To do the vote of thanks,
This is the last assignment, so once he's done, he will join you in the photograph. Just give us a second. Halima, go ahead.
Okay, to do the vote of thanks, I want to call Mr. Clement O. Siekbere. He is the Registrar and Secretary to Council PTI. Please a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. My distinguished SY Council Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols to give this vote of thanks. I consider it a rare privilege to stand before you all to give this vote of thanks. I, on behalf of the Principal and Chief Executive of the Institute, the Organizing Committee for the 50th Anniversary Celebration, and the entire management staff and students of the PTI, extend a very hearty thanks to our chairman of this occasion, Boss Mustafa CFRO, Secretary of the Government of the Federation, for finding time to share his thoughts and felicitate with us despite his busy schedule. My thanks go to the special guest of honor for this occasion, His Excellency Chief Twinpre Silva, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Sir, I salute your vision and strategic prowess in piloting the affairs of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the role you played to ensure the success of this occasion. I am also grateful to the head of service, who fortunately was not here, I'm also grateful to the Permanent Secretary, Bishop of Human Resources, for your untiring guidance and assistance within the short period you assumed duty in the ministry. My thanks goes to the Deputy Senator who was here before now, Senator Basi Akpan, Chairman of Upstream Committee. We thank him for his presence here. I thank profusely His Royal Majesties who were here earlier for finding time to be here with us. I wish them a long reign and a fruitful reign in their kingdoms. My thanks go to the PTI Governing Council, SY Chairman and members who had always given PTI management an unflinching support, guidance and direction for the growth and development of the Institute. I thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. I also want to say a big thank you to all the keynote speakers for your gripping and inspiring presentations and sharing with us your candid opinions about the PTI today. We are most grateful to the Group E CEO, NNPC Limited, Mr. Kolomeri Kari, and the MD SPDC and Chairman of Shell Companies Nigeria, Mr. Kumbo Otsage, for gracing the occasion and presenting the keynote addresses. I also want to thank the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, who sent a rep to represent him here today to grace the occasion. Permit me also to thank my distinguished Principal and Chief Executive of the PTI, Dr. Henry Debola Dimola, for his well-articulated, pragmatic vision for the Institute, which has culminated in today's celebration. We thank you, sir. My thanks go to the captains of the oil and gas and allied companies who have been here or represented, especially for their cash donations and contributions in kind. Specifically thank the Executive Secretary, Management and staff of the PDDF for your assistance in providing venue and huge support for this event. But for them, it has been very wonderful. They did so well, and we are grateful to the ES, Dr. Guzo, for granting us this huge support for this occasion. I also want to thank the CEOs of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority, the ES NCNDB for their untiring support to the Institute, and others, which time will not permit to mention here. I congratulate the recipients of the 50th Anniversary Awards and wishes them greater strides in their endeavors. I thank you for your contributions towards the growth and development of the PTI. Kudos to your elbows, sirs. Mr. Chairman, sir, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months ago. It requires planning and the best eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues from within and outside the Institute who are members of the PTI Anniversary Committee and the Organizing Committee. We thank you for mastering your jobs and being result-oriented. Obviously, I can't thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. My thanks also go to the gentlemen of the press here present, management staff and students, and the Alumni Association and the PTI Alumni Association for availing us of your precious time. And to every other person who had graced this occasion, we say a big thank you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to say that we are most grateful for your time and patience. We thank you for honoring our invitation and for being with us at this event. I pray that the Almighty God will guide and protect you all as you return to your various destinations. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Please come for the photograph now. Thank you. Please come. Please come this way. Principal, please come. Please come. Please, the 4 leadership award recipients, can you come as well? Please come. Please join me in the photograph. Okay, he said I should thank the panelists, and which is true. The panelists, thank you. Thank you so much. So that when we call you next time, you will come. Lovely jacket. Please go for the good photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Don't worry, Dr. Sichi, I thanked them before, and you and Dr. Sichi are colleagues and partners in progress. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You're all wonderful. Thank you. Please, once we're done with this picture, We would appreciate if the top management can come back to the cake, just the top management of PTI and the principal can come back to the cake and take one group photograph around the cake. Top management and principal for the picture. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today. PTI at 50. The celebration continues on the 24th with the, I think it's a flag off for the commissioning of the fire center in Warri there, Efrun there. So it continues till that time. So congratulations. Thank you all for having myself and Halima Usman. Richmond Osuji is my own name. We'll see you some other time soon. Enjoy your lunch. It is served. Enjoy and have a safe trip to your office, your home, and respective destinations. Bye-bye. Management, principal, please can you come to the cake? Please can you come to the cake and take a quick group photograph around the cake? Management and principal. Principal is here. Management, principal is here. Please, around the cake. Can you come take picture around the cake? Principal is here. For other distinguished attendees and delegates, lunch is served in the dining hall of the PTDF. I'm sure for our honorees, our leadership honorees and our executive members, the committee members will tell you where you are going for your own lunch. Okay, so after the management staff members that are here can come and join the principal and management staff to take picture. But for now, my friend, just do the arrangement for us. We can. This cake cannot block principal. Principal has to be somewhere. Principal, please come this way. Okay, don't make the cake not block you. Auntie, stay here. Make the cake not block you. It's just for the picture. Anybody, somebody can actually stay here. Yeah, somebody can stay here. Somebody can stay here. Make the cake not block anybody here. So it's okay like that. It's okay like that. Yes, my darling. If you're done with that picture, please let members of staff that are here join management and take a quick photograph. Members of staff of PTI that are here, get in the picture, get in the picture. Yes. Done with management. No, take staff first now. Staff, you're done with staff. Members of staff that are here already, please quickly get in the picture. After that, PTI alumni with the principal.